Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Quantum Seminar, which has been organized by the Dutch Banking Association. And it's a pleasure that the room is full, and then it's an event which we are having after the Corona times, let's say it like that, and in person. And I hope by the end of the day, we would all know a lot more about quantum landscape than we know right at this moment. And I hope the event is going to be interactive. The audience is going to engage with the speakers, and it's going to be a little bit fun with the way it has been organized with some interactive questions via Mentimeter, and I would walk you through the process during the event. I would like to invite, let's I don't remember the names that quick, but Elko to the stage to give a little bit of introduction and yeah, walk us through the.
Thank you, Somia. So I guess I'm wearing the wrong color today. I don't have any orange, I think. Yeah. So good morning, everyone. For those of you who are a little older, you might remember the television series Quantum Leap. Does anyone remember it? Yeah, Quantum Leap? Yeah, you remember it, huh? The series plays in the near future, and Dr. Sam Beckett theorized that time travel would be possible within our lifetime, and he even obtains government support to build a project called Quantum Leap. And some years later, Sam decides to test his accelerator by himself, and as you can guess, he is able to travel through time. And this leads to all kinds of trouble, which lasts 5 seasons. And at that time, I think we used DVD to watch the series, and there was no Netflix yet. But I'm sure this will not happen today. Welcome, everyone. My name is Ilko Dubbeling, and I'm the Managing Director at the Dutch Banking Association. Start acting is the theme of our quantum seminar, because we would like to encourage you to pick up the gauntlet and get your hands dirty to gain experience with quantum computing. There are great opportunities looming, but also threats. We tend to reason that we still have plenty of time, and yet we see time slipping through our fingers again and again. How often do we say, if only we would have started earlier? So let's start now. I want to welcome you here in Amsterdam at this important quantum seminar we have organized in collaboration with our members, ABN AMRO, ING, Rabobank, and also Quantum Amsterdam and TNO. A special welcome to our international guests who have taken the time to come to Amsterdam. And of course, a special welcome to the participants who are joining us online via YouTube. The payment infrastructure is one of the Netherlands' vital core infrastructures. That is not only true for the Netherlands, but also for Europe and other parts of the world. To keep our vital core infrastructures operational and secure, we need you. For us, our quantum adventure started already in 2015, when our National Secret Service alerted financial institutions about the advent of the quantum computer and its potential impact, potentially crippling our encryption significantly as we use it today. Meaning it has major impact on our businesses. To protect transactions securely, we use encryption extensively. So we organized sessions with our crypto experts. And I remember one day I was walking through the office and I saw a little room and people were sitting there late at night. And I thought, who are they? So we looked around the corner and said, who are you? We are the quantum experts. We invited Daniel J. Bernstein, Tanja Lange, and Peter Schwabe, who gave us an insight into cryptographic research. And we held several brainstorming sessions with experts in the field of quantum. The question, when will the powerful quantum computer be available and the risk become manifest, is not easy to answer. There is still a lot of uncertainty because the field of quantum computing is in full swing. There are no off-the-shelf solutions in sight that deliver quantum resistance. But we have also learned that there are a few certainties. So we used these certainties and came up with so-called low-regret moves already in 2017, such as Try to follow the developments in quantum computing and the post-quantum crypto closely. Maintain and expand the inventory of business processes that use encryption, and encourage international financial organizations to also prepare for the advent of the quantum computer. The first point in particular prompted us to organize annual brainstorming sessions, like today, with experts to determine whether and how we should adjust our banking policies. Today, we also want to give an insight into where we are now and why we want to start making our infrastructure quantum resilient. Last year, the IMF published an article called Quantum Computing Possibilities and Perils. It encourages financial institutions to prepare for the arrival of the quantum computer. And also our Dutch central bank, the Nederlandse Bank, with its vision on payments published recently, underlines the importance of our seminar. And around 100 participants attend in person and 18 international registrations are joining us online. The best part of it, as it has been explained to me, is that it takes less effort for us to use quantum computing to protect the payment industry and our customers' wealth and health than the effort it takes criminals to develop a real threat for the encryption technologies we know today. Just like Dr. Sam Beckett in the TV show Quantum Leap, we have great adventures ahead of us. So I encourage you to explore and actively gain knowledge and experience in the possibilities that quantum computer offers us. And I wish you a fantastic seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elko. So I would like to give you a little bit introduction to the event and then also show you that how are we all integrated into this quantum ecosystem we are trying to create and we have started in the journey. Can we get the slide on, please? Okay, yeah.
There's a little machine for you as
Oh,
well.
that's, let's see. Yeah, it goes there. Yeah, look good. So as you all might have figured it out by now, I'm the moderator of the day, and I can introduce myself a bit. I'm Soumya. I'm working at QTech. It's an entity together with TUD and TNO, and we are working on the quantum technologies. I'm part of the business development team there and working with innovation and strategic partnerships in quantum technologies. So I want to, yeah, so we have different speakers here and I would walk you through them during the day. We went through Elko's introduction and a very nice story which he talked. And here I will walk you through the ecosystem part of Netherlands. So a couple of years ago, we had this national agenda written by, together with Quantum Delta Netherlands, and money from growth funds was awarded for quantum technologies. And we have three pillars here, category 1, quantum computing and simulation, category 2, national quantum network, and category 3, quantum sensing applications. And these are all knitted together with different action lines with research and innovation, ecosystem and infrastructure. Action line 3 is talent, and 4 is about the impact on the society. So all that we are present here, we are integrated into this framework in some manner or the other, or we wish to get integrated into the system. So we are aware about what is happening in the quantum world and how it can impact us and how we can be prepared to get ourselves launched into this world. This Quantum Delta Netherlands, it has been created as a consortium with various academic institutes all over Netherlands, and we have several startups and several institutes joining us in this efforts. And there are some representatives of the startups here, like from Orange Quantum Systems, and then we have our next speaker from Pascal, which was from Q & Co in Netherlands. Then a little bit about QTech. This is where we are doing the fundamental research on quantum software and quantum hardware in all the fields of quantum computing and quantum internet. And our mission is to create scalable prototypes which are ready to be used by the society or the experts, both from quantum computing, where we have Quantum Inspire, and from quantum internet, where we have Quantum Network Explorer. And we intend to be the leaders in the field, and we want to create an economic footprint in Netherlands and help all the parts get integrated. So I would not like to consume too much time, and I would like to invite our speaker, Benno, for the next talk. We have a Mentimeter question here. So, Benno, sorry for that, but yeah, let's see if you all can do that. So you would have to go to the website here, www.menti.com, and use the code which is mentioned on the top of the screen. We wait a few minutes for you to log on, and you would see this question popping up on your screens. As you will start voting, we would start seeing the responses online here. Thanks for your patience, Benno. I missed a slide there. Yep. It goes to the next one. See? It's doesn't work.
It doesn't
okay.
work? Oh, no.
Okay. So I hope by the next time we will get the question, it will be fixed. So we'll see to it. All right.
It doesn't
Maybe
work, but at least it captures your private information.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's raise the hands for whom it's the first event. And many people. Nice. Okay. Welcome then to this event in person. And Benno,
Can I
yes,
borrow the clicker? Yeah, thank you. So going back and forth, it looks quite easy. Welcome, everybody. I was joking a few minutes ago that the first time Oscar invited me to a quantum event in the Netherlands, we were in a small room with 4 or 5 people, I think. Nobody was interested. So it was, that group was interested very much. But for the rest, nobody in the Netherlands cared about quantum. This was just a couple of years ago. So we've come quite a long way. And the other thing I wanted to remark is that I'm not involved in any quantum crypto, post-quantum crypto or something like that. Actually, I should be dressed in yellow because I would be the canary in the coal mine for you. I'm going to talk about what we do in sort of business with quantum, how we're preparing business to use quantum in their day-to-day operations to make money, basically, for them. This is different from breaking encryption, but it's a good proxy for you because if we're successful, or at least we will be visible when we're successful. So you will see when we have applications that work, when we reach quantum advantage and things like that. And these applications that we develop will not be as powerful as Shor's algorithm to break encryption or something like that. So you will see when we can do small things, and you will see when we can do slightly bigger things. So there will be enough time, hopefully, to use this canary in the coal mine to warn you that something is happening, that something is working on quantum. And so today I will explain you what we do and how we do it so that you can understand a little bit and maybe follow any sort of news on quantum startups and follow what they are trying to develop, and then see what successes we have in that. Little bit about myself. I've been in quantum quite a long time already. So I studied it actually at university in Delft. I graduated in 1998 already, so over 20 years ago. Back then, quantum was really in its infancy. We were using quantum for fundamental scientific research. And so I decided to leave academia and pursue a career in industry. So I worked in the financial sector, I worked in strategy consulting. And then a couple of years ago, in 2017, I was running my own consulting firm, and I was a bit bored with the consulting work. So all the projects started to look the same, and I looked around, what else can I do besides consulting projects? And I came back to quantum. around the time that I noticed that quite significant sums of money were going in that direction. Venture capitalists were investing in the technology, governments were starting to invest in the technology, and I thought maybe there's something interesting to do there. I had the naive idea at first to do a hardware startup, but then I quickly realized that I would need to raise hundreds of millions for that to have any chance. So I settled instead on a quantum software startup, which was called Q & Co. I founded it together with my CTO, Vincent Elfing, who came from Google. And together we built this company to around 15 people. And in December of last year, we merged with the French company called Pascal. Pascal is a manufacturer of quantum hardware. And this made a lot of sense to us because at this stage of the technology, you really need the interaction between software players and hardware players to make anything work. None of the quantum hardware at the moment is standardized. We've all gotten used to the idea that a computer is a standardized piece of equipment, that all of them sort of do similar things. But in quantum, that's not the case. Each QPU, each quantum processor, is completely different, and you will need to understand even the physics behind it to make it work. If you want to have any chance of quantum advantage in the near term, you will really need to talk in detail with the people developing the quantum hardware, and then you will have to understand what the limitations are of that hardware and what the strengths are of that particular individual quantum processor. And then you will have to adjust your algorithms and your software to work well with the strengths and to circumvent all the limitations that you have. And if you do that well, then you will reach near-term quantum advantage. If you don't do it well, then you can wait until 2030 or 40 or something like that. Once we've reached this quantum advantage on certain applications, they will not yet be universal. Universal quantum computing, applicable to all sorts of algorithms, will follow after that. So we will first see a little bit of quantum advantage for individual applications, and then based on those successes, people will define what are the standards for quantum computing. In the beginning of quantum computing, IBM presented a certain way of doing things. They have shown these pictures of these nice chandeliers, and they are using superconducting type qubits. And if I ask my children to draw a quantum computer, yes, they can, they will probably draw one of these chandeliers because they look beautiful, they are shiny and things like that. But that's just one way of creating a quantum computer. In the next couple of years, we will figure out what a future quantum computer will look like, what the standards will look like, and they will be quite different, I think, from what we've seen so far. Okay, so after merging with Pascal, there's a couple of other things on this slide. First of all, I'm a board member at the European Quantum Industry Association. Yes, there is one. We are now 140 members in Europe. So this is the organization that's trying to organize the quantum industry in Europe. So we're supported by the European Commission and by a lot of the startups. Everybody is volunteering and contributing to working groups and things like that. And we are building the quantum industry from zero, from scratch. There was nothing there. Everybody comes together, starts doing stuff, and then you have to organize. So that's what we're doing. And then another logo there, EuroHPC. So a couple of weeks ago, I could announce that I was elected on the RIAC, the Research and Innovation Advisory Group of the EuroHPC. So EuroHPC is a European initiative to build a pan-European infrastructure for high-performance computing, and quantum is now an integral part of that, which is great because that means that quantum processors will be installed in several European HPC centers over the next couple of years. And people will start to experience what quantum processors can do, and academia can make use of them, industry can make use of them. And once you have a device like that, and you get the interaction with the actual device, you will find out what you can actually do with it. And currently we have algorithms and we have ideas of what we can do with it, but as you will see, as you have seen with, for instance, AI, once you can actually touch it and use it and experiment with it, you will find more and more and more applications for this technology. So that's a little bit. Well, I won't go into all the details of my background, but those are, I think, the most important ones. Slow start, because it's the first talk, or the third talk actually, but one of the first talks of the day. Why are we actually interested in quantum? Well, first of all, there seems to be some limit to classical computing. And quantum may be one of the answers to that. So CPUs are sort of running into the limits. GPUs, parallel computing is taking over. We don't know for how long that can last, but at some stage we'll reach the limits of classical computing, or we have already reached those limits. And again, one of the solutions for that could be quantum. Quantum is a solution not for everything. It will not replace classical computing. It will be an addition to the classical compute ecosystem. We will have in the future CPUs, we will have GPUs, we will have TPUs, I think Google calls it, but we'll also have quantum. We'll probably have resistive computing, analog computing, simulated annealing. And some time ago, I was at IBM in Zurich, and there was a really interesting talk there, which for me sort of summed it up. They presented a vision of the future where in high performance computing, in complex computational workflows, each step of that computational workflow will be covered, will be computed with a device, a computational device that's specifically good at that individual step. You have to look at what is the mathematical problem I'm trying to solve, which device sort of fits with that structure and can solve it most efficiently, most effectively, most accurately. And then you can have quite a complex computational workflow where different steps are executed by different devices. And so for quantum, we're looking for which of these steps are compatible with quantum, could benefit from quantum. That's the hammer looking for a nail type of problem. Quantum is here. We know that it's good at certain things, but we don't know what it's good at all the time, or we don't know all the applications that it's good at. So we're still trying to figure that out. But here's a good example of one of the things we know quantum is good at, and that's complex chemistry or atomistic level chemistry type simulations, where you see that at some stage on the, well, here you have molecule size, so some stage of that complexity, quantum will start to outperform classical computing. But you can also see that in the beginning here with small and not so complex molecules, actually quantum is performing a lot worse. So we don't know exactly where this crossover point is. We hope that it's nearby in the next couple of years. And we hope that, as you can see here, that this crossover point is not in the point of years or something like that. So we'll have to figure out over the next couple of years. And for all these applications, we'll have to come up with these type of comparisons, because our clients, as a business, we are a business and we have corporate clients, our clients are only interested to use quantum if it's a solution to their problems, if they can use it in practice and if it's better than other computational technologies. If it's not outperforming the best in class that they can find from other technologies, then they won't use it. And in many cases, quantum is a complex, somewhat more expensive technology. If you can solve it by doing parallel computing or with GPUs, then probably that's a cheaper and easier solution. So what is quantum good at? Sometimes I joke it's at the moment at least good at the apple on a stick type of problem. So it means small input, small output, large complexity in the middle. Quantum is not very good at big data pipes in. Big input, because we don't really know how to efficiently encode a lot of classical data in the amplitudes of a wave function, so input it into the quantum computer to do computations with. Once it's in there in the quantum computer, it can deal with a lot of complexity, so that's why large complexity in the middle. But then you have your answer probably encoded in the amplitudes of a wave function again, and you need to get it out. And yeah, that can cost a lot of the efficiency or a lot of the speedups or a lot of the improvements that you had in the performance improvements that you had in the middle. So small input, small output, large complexity in the middle. That's typically what quantum is good at. Maybe we'll figure out how to do the big input in the beginning in the next couple of years, but the big output, I doubt whether that will work. Chemistry is such a problem because, well, probably you need to input a little bit of information about where how many electrons you have and which orbitals they can occupy. Then the electrons playing with each other inside that molecule, that's a complex problem, many-body problem that is difficult to solve classically. So you can use the quantum computer to do that. Besides, it's a native quantum problem, so it fits quite well with what a quantum computer can do. And then you probably need to, as an output, you probably are interested in some energy level, some higher level parameter. You're not interested in a lot of information. Just that energy level would already be interesting. So small input, small output, large complexity in the middle. Anyway. What are we expecting from quantum? Quite a lot, as you can see from this picture. People have been talking about many applications. I think the first applications you will see are probably in the research and development area of big corporations. Later on, maybe it will find its way to more operational day-to-day business. But research and development, especially longer-term research and development, it's not that time critical maybe. So it might be a better application. And as we can see from our client portfolio, that's where currently the most interest comes from. So what are we expecting, or the sector, what is the sector expecting? How much growth will we see over the next couple of years? Well, of course, there's many reports. You have to look into this crystal ball and you have to do some prediction. But this is sort of the prediction that I could stand behind. We're seeing a growth to roughly 10,000 corporate users worldwide in the next 5 years. And within all these corporates, of course, there will be multiple people using it, but this is like on a corporate level, the number of users that we're expecting. And then different levels of maturity. Some are still going to be studying the technology in 5 years. Others may already regard it as part of their core infrastructure, for which, of course, you need to have reached this point of quantum advantage. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to regard it as anything more than studying or a toy or something like that. And based on these type of projections, big money is flowing into this sector. Especially here are some examples from US-based players, some of the competitors of Pascal. Some of them have valuations of several billions of dollars. INQ, one of these companies, went public through a reverse merger, SPAC merger last year. Back then, the company had 65 employees. They had 35 qubits, couple of million in revenue. They were valued at 1.5 billion and raised 600 million. What? Yes, indeed. Crazy. So these investors are betting big time on quantum, which should trigger us in Europe because, well, as you noticed, a lot of these companies are still US based. What Pascal is doing and a couple of other players in Europe are doing is trying to counterbalance this power from the US. We want to be one of those top 15 players in the world that develop, manufacture, and sell quantum hardware in a full stack fashion. So we build the hardware, we build the middleware, we build the applications, and we have the customers. That's the thinking. So this is our hardware. For some reason, some lines didn't sort of end up on the screen. Maybe I forgot to copy paste. But there should be some interesting laser beams. So you can see the arrows. Just in your mind, plot in some laser beams there. Ours is based on control by laser beams, and with those laser beams, we control neutral atoms, individual atoms. Our individual atoms are our qubits. You can see we're sort of putting them in some structure, we're rearranging them to be able to compute with them, then we apply some gates, again, with laser beams, and then we get an answer by measuring. Measuring, in our case, means putting a camera on them and looking at them. That's how simple it is in our case. As you can see, there's no chandelier here, so it's not that shiny thing that my children would draw, so it's quite different. And it fits in a nice box. There's even a person here standing next to it. You can put it in your data center. It's operating at room temperature, and yeah, we have it available for our clients. And then there's a proposition, of course. So there's different generations of hardware. So the current generation is 100 to 200 qubits, which is quite big in the sector. And some people are, well, I think at the moment it's one of the largest that there is on the qubit count. But more importantly, on this slide, we have a lot of services because we are a full stack company. So as I said, we deliver middleware, we have algorithms, we have solutions for clients, turnkey solutions. We have support for clients who want to develop solutions. So there's a lot of work going into all of these services. And why do we do that? Because if you just build it, they will not come. The hardware itself is not enough to start a sector and to start interest and to engage end users. You will have to draw them in with applications. Nobody cares about the hardware. They care about the applications and what they can do with it. So that's what we are helping our clients to develop. That's what we're developing for them, productizing. So today I wanted to shed some light on how we do that. So as an example, I will use the problem of solving differential equations. And why is that relevant? Because it's abundant, it's everywhere. And it's the basis for doing mechanical engineering, solving these fluid dynamics type problems. You can use it for seismic modeling. There's even models where you can do it, use it for power grid modeling for utility companies. So a lot of these type of problems are described, governed by differential equations, and a lot of them are quite complex. Especially if you have nonlinear differential equations, then at some stage the complexity is higher than what you could. Well, you can always solve it classically, but then you would have to have then you will probably have a very inaccurate solution to it, an approximate solution. So what we're trying to do with quantum is improve the accuracy of these solvers. Back in 2019, when we started our research into this field, there were different solutions for this. I won't go into all the details here, but typically you had these classical solvers, and there were some examples of quantum solvers or some proposals, academic proposals for quantum solvers. The classical solvers, I think many of you will know, sort of finite element method, things like that. Typically what people then do is they discretize the problem and they create a huge grid of millions of grid points, and then for each individual grid point, you actually solve a very simple problem, but then combined, it gives you a nice solution to your bigger problem. And typically what people try to do is use these deterministic solvers and then map them to quantum. This is sort of quantum machine learning 1.0. Where we completely ignored this input-output problem and just said like, yeah, we can do this on a quantum processor. Just assume that we can get our data into the quantum processor and then everything will be fine. So if you look at scientific papers from those era, the first line would typically be, we'll assume that the data is in the quantum processor, and now we have this fantastic speed up. But one of the problems was we couldn't get the data into the quantum processor effectively or efficiently. The other problem was that finite differencing in a probabilistic device with a lot of noise doesn't work that well. If you're trying to compute something on point X and on X plus a little bit, and you're trying to compute the derivative, then you probably have to divide by delta X. If delta X is small and there's a small error in either one of them, you'll blow up that error. So finite differencing is not the way to go for quantum. And there's a lot of other problems with it. So on the other side of the spectrum, there's these variational approaches. There were some examples, or one particularly, where people try to use variational approaches. And variational approaches work a little bit different. They're not deterministic. They sort of try to optimize and sort of slowly converge to the solution of your problem. And the most interesting one that we found was these classical neural network solvers for differential equations. Here's a picture of, I'll quickly skip to this one, and then I'll come back to, well, first of all, let's spend a little bit of time on Sasha, who helped us with our research. So Sasha is, in my opinion, a brilliant prof at Exeter University. So we talked to him and we asked him, like, can you help us solve this problem? We want to solve nonlinear, complex sets of nonlinear differential equations on a quantum processor. Nobody knows how to do it. Please help us. We started a research project together, started to sponsor a PhD in his group, started to sponsor Sasha himself on doing research like that. And then after a couple of months, he said, I may have come up with something. Let's try it out. And then it took about half a year, and then we could present this paper. And this is sort of the idea that we came up with, or that this group came up with. And on the top part, there's the classical solution, the physics-informed neural networks. This variational approach that I just showed on the right top side of my slide. And how it works is that you use a neural network as a function approximator. So you train it on a couple of points X, so not these huge grid sizes of a finite element method, but a couple of points X. And this neural network spits out some function of X, f of X. And the other thing you can do with a neural network is you can do differentiation, automatic differentiation. You can create df dx. So if your output of the neural network is some function of X and some derivative of X, then you can check whether that output of the neural network conforms to a loss function that you create out of a differential equation and its initial and boundary conditions. And then you update the weights in your neural network and you slowly converge to the solution of your PDEs, of your differential equations. This is not something that we came up with. This was already something that was available from academia. Around 2016-17, this was becoming a big thing in academia, and now it's slowly moving out of academia into the industry. It's typically not yet included in any of these classical solutions, these software packages, because they typically focus on finite element methods or discrete spectral methods, but slowly it's making its way into there. NVIDIA just launched Modulus, which is a big a solver like that, based on physics-informed neural networks. It's a great tool. I would really recommend having a look at that. What did we do? We sort of constructed the quantum equivalent of that. So we created, by lack of a better word, a quantum neural network that is used as a function approximator. So again, it's trained on points x. It spits out some function of x. We found a really cool way to do circuit differentiation, quantum circuit differentiation. And in our way, well, it's probably too small to read, but by repeating this circuit in slightly different alterations 4 times, we create an analytical derivative on point x, meaning it's not finite differencing. We are creating the exact analytical derivative on point x. This is a key element of what was missing in many of these methods to do solve differential equations on a quantum processor, because remember, we're not blowing up any error. We have an analytical derivative. So in this thing here, we're doing quite basic things. We're starting with what is called a quantum feature map. We're using individual qubit gates, single qubit gates in this example, to create a basis set. In the paper we did on this, we show how to do Chebyshev polynomials as a basis set. So after this first part of the circuit, we have a set of n being the number of qubits, n Chebyshev polynomials that we can use for function fitting. For people who are aware of the mathematics behind this, if you have enough Chebyshev polynomials, then in principle you can fit any smooth function by combining these Chebyshev. So it's a good basis set to choose from. We can have other quantum feature maps, so for other types of basis sets, but this was our first attempt. But then n Chebyshev polynomials may not be great. So then we start to use this variational quantum circuit, use some quantum entanglement to mix and match these Chebyshev polynomials. And then you can show that you can create up to 2 to the power of n Chebyshev polynomials. So now we're talking. We have an exponentially large basis set that we can use for function fitting. That sounds great. So intuitively, how can you compare the power of that? Where do we expect the quantum advantage from? And remember, no proof here. So this is intuition. We can make it credible that this will hopefully deliver quantum advantage, but there's no hard proof that this will provide quantum advantage. So, but intuitively, if you have an exponentially large basis set, you can imagine that if you would like to do that in a classical neural network, then probably you would need a really large number of nodes and probably very good connectivity. And probably you will have to get a couple of cups of coffee if you want to train it. So that's where we think the quantum advantage will come from. And so we're hoping that it will have higher expressivity. It will be better at function fitting. And also we hope that through overparameterizing, we can speed up the convergence. We have all sorts of tricks that we use for that, because you have to be careful not to do overfitting. But so far it's working out quite nicely. If you want to learn more, I think the slides are being shared afterwards or not? Yeah, okay, there's a nice YouTube movie of our CTO explaining how this method works. So we had this first method, but yeah, great, so we have it. And now, how do you build a business out of that? So the next step was to compare it to others, because we needed to convince people that it was good. Okay, I must admit that we chosen these categories really nicely. But you must also admit that all these green tick marks, they look really great. Yeah, I mean, this method that we had, it overcomes this input-output problem. Remember, we're training it on a limited number of points x. We don't have this input problem. It deals well with the noise. We've tested that as well. It's a variational algorithm, so it doesn't require any future fault-tolerant quantum hardware. It's something you can do today. It scales well. We've also looked at it. And it's very flexible. We can deal with, for instance, a very high degree of nonlinearity, because all of the complexity of the differential equations are captured in this loss function. So you can construct that loss function with really high degrees of orders of nonlinearity. So a lot of interesting advantages. But then it was time to face sort of the potential clients. Uh-oh. So this is the way we do that. We work with clients in multi-year research collaborations where the client comes with a problem, an applied problem, something they actually need to solve. And we cut up that problem in different sort of complexity levels. So we start with a toy model and then we work our way towards something they couldn't do classically. And then we start to parameterize our algorithm. In this case, we implement it both in a classical neural network setting and in a quantum neural network setting to be able to compare and learn from each other. We have internally postdoc level neural network experts, classical neural network experts, and we have, of course, a lot of postdoc level quantum developers. And they work closely together because you can learn from these two fields. You have to have both skills internally. Then we implement both the classical and the quantum version of this. We compare the results, we compare the learnings, we improve. And when we are happy about the results, we move to the next level of complexity in this ladder. And we do that together with the clients so that they can check with benchmarks on the existing methods whether what we're doing makes sense. And also to help us in some cases in these parameterizations, because they know all the tricks how to solve this. And we need all the tricks to solve this. It's not straightforward to do this. So what are the projects we started? Well, here's a couple of examples. The latest one was actually announced quite recently, but we started working with Airbus, with LG, with BMW, and now with Siemens, because we need their feedback. That's where the experts are in these type of fields, and they need to tell us what they can do, what they cannot do, what they want to do, and then you get to interesting results. So 2 interesting results. One of them was that they said, wow, great, your method assumes that you have perfect knowledge on the physics of these problems, but in many cases we don't. Like if you look at this, oops, this, yeah, it's a bit slow, sorry. If you look at this structure, then it assumes that all the physics is captured in these equations and you have perfect knowledge on them. And that's a situation that you rarely have. In many cases, you know a little bit about the structure there. And you also have maybe some measurement data or something like that. So in that case, you want to do something that is on the left of this slide. So here we have some differential equations and we know a bit of the structure, so we know which components are in there, but we don't know exactly the coefficients in front of these components. And what we can then do with our method, or this extension of the method, is to learn from some sparse data the actual coefficients. We know how much weight to put on them. So what you're learning now is the physics. And that's very important. That's very insightful. Because if you use a neural network as a black box with some data and you get an answer out of it, that's one thing. But if you can use a quantum neural network or a neural network to learn the physics, to learn what describes your problem, then you've won something. You don't just have an answer, but you have insight into your problem. So it's a much more valuable solution. And it's a much more realistic case because in many cases, again, you don't know the exact physics yet. And then what about if you don't know anything about it? Well, at least you should know some library, some potential elements in those differential equations. So we've, with this method, you can, for instance, say, let's construct a library with a couple of hundred elements that could be part of this differential equation. And then again, you have some sparse data, and then you learn which of these elements have a non-zero coefficient in front of them. And then you're learning really well, it's called model discovery, then you're really learning the physics from scratch. Well, not from scratch, but from this little bit of data. And you have a good answer afterwards, which is great. So this is based on client feedback, and it improves what we know about these methods, and it improves the applicability of this. Another example came from feedback from the financial community. They said to us, like, great, you can solve PDEs, partial differential equation, but we don't really care about those. Well, they did, but we also care about stochastic differential equations, and those are a lot harder. So we started to find a way to solve stochastic differential equations. And solving is a bit of a big word. In this case, actually, we aimed at a solution to sample from the solution of a stochastic differential equation. And the particular aim in this case was to do synthetic data generation for time series data. So, well, it's probably too much to explain, but later you can read a little bit about it. So what we're doing, we're taking a stochastic differential equation. And if you go all the way to the right sort of track here, we are using a method which is called quantile mechanics. So we're changing the stochastic differential equation, the formulation of that, and we're formulating it as a partial differential equation of the so-called quantile function, which is this little thing here in the middle. And then we're solving that partial differential equation. So we're actually looking at how the distribution evolves over time. And then we're using that to efficiently sample and generate these time series data, synthetic time series data. It's a great application. It's a bit nichey, maybe, but we're getting some really good traction from the financial community from it. And actually, it was based on one of their questions. So you need this interaction with not only academia to come up with some new breakthrough, but you also need the interaction with the industry to point you in the direction of the right applications and to make your solvers or methods more realistic. And then we merged. So what do we do with that? I already told you that all of these quantum processors are completely different. So you need to align your software, your algorithms with the hardware. And here's a good example of what we did over the last couple of months. All of our algorithms before we merged were based on this idea of universal, fully digital, gate-based quantum computing. But the cool thing about neutral atom quantum hardware is that it's not only digital, so you can operate it with digital gates, but it also has an analog mode, where you in an analog way evolve over a Hamiltonian. Probably goes too much into the detail to explain everything about that, but basically what we've shown in the last couple of months is that you can replace, well, here on the top part, you have this quantum neural network again that we use. Here, this is quantum feature map, which creates this smaller basis set. And then we do all of this entanglement stuff here, this variational circuits to mix and match these Chebyshev polynomials and create this exponentially large basis set. But we realized that all of these digital entanglers, all of these 2-qubit gates that you see there, all these nice sort of spheres with lines to the next qubit, that you can replace that with analog entanglers as well. And these analog entanglers on a neutral atom system are much more efficient. If you compare the top to the bottom, this is 30 times more efficient in implementing it. So by looking at the limitations and the strengths of this hardware, we found a way to make our algorithm much more efficient and much more realistic to implement in the short term. Because in the bottom thing, we only use single qubit gates to create this feature map and some single qubit gates here in the middle. And then we use analog entanglement, analog blocks, sort of a multi-qubit gate, applying the same sort of Hamiltonian evolution on all the qubits at the same time. And we can get the same results as with the top solution, but then much more efficient. So just one example of how you need to get involved in the hardware and really understand what the strengths and the weaknesses are of the hardware. And if you do it well, then you get rewarded by hopefully earlier chance of quantum advantage. So in conclusion, this is all that you need sort of to build a business out of it. You don't only need the hardware. You don't only need academic collaborations to create unique algorithms. You also need interaction with a lot of the end users, the corporates that have the domain expertise to apply all of that. And then you have to productize the whole thing. You have to create industrialized hardware. Remember those pictures of stuff that fits in a data room, because otherwise, where will you install it? It has to be stable. It has to be industrialized. It has to be low maintenance. It has to be sort of cost efficient. You have to have turnkey solutions, software that end users can use. I haven't even talked about our integrations of our quantum software as a backend to classical software packages, but you also have to do that. And you have to have the perfect alignment between the software and the hardware. If you do all of that, and then you're lucky and you get the right funding and all of your clients are happy with you, you do everything correct, then you have a chance to create an industry out of this. And so hopefully in a year's time, you'll see me standing here in this yellow suit as a canary, and I can warn you that encryption is going to be broken because we have the first quantum advantage. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Benno, for the nice presentation. Like the fact that you brought us to differential equations, it really made me think about this old saying from Plato, which says that if I could go back in time and study again, I would choose mathematics. Maybe a lot of us think that way as well.
You wouldn't regret it.
Yeah. So I would like to ask if anybody, yeah, you have a question. Go ahead.
My name is Jan Plommer. Thanks a lot for
Hi.
this very interesting talk. In the beginning, you said there is not yet standardization.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, all of us do need standardization.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you can tell a little about that. And secondly, the concept of integration is very important. How do we need to prepare ourselves for that?
Integration with what do you mean specifically? Anything.
If you do some business application,
Yeah.
it must be integrated in a business process.
Yeah, Yeah, correct. So indeed, we do need to, sorry. Yeah, I will. I will. So the question is, I said in the beginning that we don't have standardization yet, but there's a need for standardization to make the industry work. And the second question is we need integration, which is sort of related, I guess, to this first question. We need integration in standard business processes, in standard business applications. So what is the vision on that? I think, Harold, you will probably talk a lot more about the standardization and the work we're doing on that. So we're part of a consortium in Delft. I think Harold will take care of a lot of that. But the only thing I will say about it, at the moment, there's no standardization in the sector. So all of these quantum processors will look the same. And as I said, what I expect is that, well, people are most interested now in realizing early quantum advantage. And to be honest, we don't really care about standardization until the point that we've actually reached quantum advantage. Because if you have a perfectly standardized equipment, but it's not capable of delivering quantum advantage, what do you have? You have a nice working process for nothing.
Software development kits. I mean,
Correct.
they
Yeah.
would like to.
Yeah. But I predict that in a couple of years, when we'll see the first quantum advantage, so we're expecting that around 24 or something like that, and then you will slowly see the standardization sort of coming in line with the actual applications. So people will look at, okay, how did they realize that quantum advantage? What does it mean for the hardware setup? What does it mean for the software development kits? And then you will quickly see some convergence towards one or two, a couple of standards. So that's my prediction. The rest I'll leave to Harold to ruin my prediction. On the integration, I already told you that in many cases, we try to integrate our quantum software in existing classical software packages. So for instance, on the chemistry side, we do that with a company called Schrödinger, which is one of the global leaders in computational chemistry software. And we've built a showcase product where we call it QBack for quantum backend chemistry. So it's a backend integration of our software in their classical software. And the idea behind something like that is that the end user probably doesn't want to take 2 years of training in quantum to use the benefits of quantum. They want to use their, they want to enhance their computational workflow by replacing 1 or 2 steps with a quantum subroutine without thinking about it. Plug and play, just say, okay, I need extra accuracy here. I'll just take that module and I'll plug it in and it runs on some quantum processor. I don't know how it works, but it works. Well, probably they want to know how it works because it has to be benchmarked, but that simple type of solution. So we are envisioning part of this market as a market where the end user will continue to use their existing software packages, and suppliers like ours and software suppliers will integrate these quantum solutions as a backend to these existing solvers, because quantum is an addition to the spectrum, not a replacement. Standalone software packages of quantum, I don't believe in it. If it's standalone, then you're lacking this integration. The least you have to have is an API so that you can integrate it yourself in your workflow. But ideally, we do that with the leading players in the field. So that's our vision on it, at least. Any other questions?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Given you just mentioned chemistry example, physics examples. Oh, given you have just mentioned physics and chemistry examples, how large would the biggest atom fragments, molecules be that you currently can feasibly compute on?
Currently, tiny, nothing.
Hydrogen as a hydrogen molecule already there?
No, we're talking now about tiny basis sets, because if you have a basis set, then typically you need 1 qubit for 1 orbital or 2 qubits for 1 orbital or something like that. So you can do tiny basis sets if you have 50 qubits. So at the moment, it's completely irrelevant in chemistry still.
Okay, so that would be a hydrogen level. That's 2 electrons.
Well, I mean, you can do a big molecule, but if you have a very small basis set to simulate a big molecule, then you have still nothing. So in even hydrogen, if you want to do that correctly, I think you still need quite a large basis set. But yeah, so it's more the basis set that's the sort of drives the complexity than the size of the molecule. I must admit the picture was misleading you a little bit because you typically try to simplify it a little bit, but the basis set is the limiting factor in this case. Yes, and it's tiny still.
We have time for more questions. Yeah, I see your hand raised here. Maybe we can take both. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Jaap van Os. You said that you had more interest from financial industry lately for problem solving. Now, I'm also not a mathematician, although I find it very, very interesting, but could you give an example of such a problem from the financial industry that you are trying to solve?
Oh, it's sort of in line with what I showed on screen. So synthetic data set generation, time series forecasting, basically, is an important problem for traders and asset managers. They know how to make money of that. So we try to support them in that sense. Yeah. No. All right.
Thank you. We had a question in the back. Yes, here.
Thank you. Wouldn't achieving quantum advantage be specific to a solution to a particular application? And if so, why would that lead to standardization? Wouldn't we still need to actually find the correct solution for each particular problem to achieve quantum advantage?
What I was saying is that until the moment that we reach quantum advantage, then I don't think that it makes a lot of sense to start standardizing. What I expect is as soon as you have certain examples of quantum advantage on different applications, indeed, those will be very specific to that application, probably not easily generalizable. And then the industry can look at, okay, what does that mean for standardizing the hardware? So from that moment on, in my opinion, it starts to make sense to work towards standardization and towards sort of a universal type of quantum computing. So I'm not saying that by having this quantum advantage on individual applications, you magically have standardization, but I would say then it starts to make sense to work towards that. Yeah. Until that time, I'm just grateful that we can reach even quantum advantage on one application. I don't care if it's universal.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just checking if there is any more questions. Okay, let's thank our speaker. Thanks a lot, Benno. We talked about standardization, so I would like to invite our next speaker, Simona, who would walk us through the post-quantum standardization process.
Thank you very much. Okay, so hi, I am Simona Samadziska. I am an assistant professor at Radboud University, and I've been actively involved in this standardization process of NIST, and I'm going to tell you a bit of how everything went. And as you might assume from the title, it's like very, top-notch place to discuss what is going on, because we are now really waiting every day now to get the standard, like whether it's tomorrow or something like that. Maybe it will be tomorrow. Okay, so our story begins in '94. Why is that? Well, this is the year when Shor's algorithm was discovered. And this is a quantum algorithm that can solve the integer factorization problem and the discrete logarithm problem. 2 years later, we have Grover's algorithm, which basically helps us search an unsorted database. So compared to classical approaches to problems that these algorithms can solve, this one provided super polynomial speedup. So this is a very, very big speedup, whereas Grover's only a quadratic speedup, but still quite relevant. These were not the first algorithms that were invented for quantum computers that were already envisioned in '85, but they were definitely the ones that matter, because the ones that were previously discovered, they were only just kind of giving an example of that, of the fact that indeed you can do something on quantum computers that you cannot do on classical computers, but were not really useful for anything. Okay, there should be 96 here. I don't know why that is the case. Okay, so these were the two algorithms that basically triggered research into creating quantum computers. And let's move forward. Well, in 2019, we have Google claiming quantum supremacy. And in 2021, we already have a huge amount of money being poured into quantum research in the Netherlands with the Quantum Delta initiative. And we have already 128 qubit quantum computers. Okay, what happened in the meantime? Well, in the meantime, the internet developed, and it seems like our digital world developed in a parallel universe. Today, we have billions of internet users and social media users and so on. And let's see how they communicate and how this digital communication takes place. Well, it's a typical scenario of Alice and Bob trying to communicate, and a person, a computer, an organization, Malice, that wants to hear what they're speaking about or wants to change their communication. So Alice and Bob, they use cryptography to make sure that the digital communication is secure. They use symmetric crypto to make sure that Malice here cannot figure out what they are saying and cannot change their communications without them noticing this. But if they want something a bit more advanced, for example, to exchange keys before they start this communication, or to make sure that Bob really knows that Alice sent the letter and that Bob can later claim, oh, Alice, I know you said that then and I have a proof. So they would use public key crypto. You can use public key crypto for many more esoteric applications, but these are the basic ones that we use every day. So what kind of crypto do we use today? Well, I will focus on the public key cryptography because that's what is relevant here. Well, we start from a hard mathematical problem. What does hard mathematical problem mean? That there is no efficient algorithm that solves it. By efficient, we mean polynomial time algorithms. So if all the algorithms that can solve this problem are super polynomial, then we're good. It's hard. So this is, let's say, an illustration of where these problems should be. So let's say this is 2 to the n, so this is exponential, and here in between we have a lot of polynomials. So if it's at least bigger than all the polynomials, then we are fine. Okay, so we have some hard mathematical problems here. Okay, so this was not supposed to appear like this on my slides, but I don't know why is that the case. So we have algorithms based on integer factorizations and discrete log, and those are the ones that we use today. So how do we claim that something is secure? Well, we start from the mathematical problem, and we build a system based on this hard mathematical problem. So we create a design of a public key crypto system based on the hard problem. And for example, based on these problems, integer factorization, discrete log, Diffie-Hellman, we have the RSA, the Diffie-Hellman key exchange, or the ECDSA signature scheme. So maybe you've heard these, and whether you work in the financial sector or you're just interested in your security on the internet, you've heard of these algorithms. So those are the designs. Okay, but how can we make sure that these are indeed secure? Well, we do a lot of cryptanalysis. A lot of cryptanalysis on the public key crypto system and on the hard mathematical problem. And you would say, maybe this is not good enough. I mean, what if tomorrow someone thinks of better cryptanalysis? Well, we have a trick for that as well, a security proof. So a security proof that kind of links this hard problem to the public key crypto system. So how does that work? Well, we start from an adversary that can break our system, and then we show that this adversary can be turned into slightly different adversary that can break the hard problem. So this is the security proof. And then if this is indeed the case, and if we believe that these problems are hard, then we can be sure that that our public key crypto system is okay. So I put emphasis on we believe these problems are hard. All of these will not work if this problem is not hard, right? So the picture doesn't make sense. There is another side of the coin in this security, and this is the implementation, because the crypto systems will be implemented on some physical devices. And these devices will not be isolated. They will have some interaction with the environment. And so we have to think of the physical security as well of these implementations. So we need to build secure implementations that will be resistant to side channel attacks. So someone, let's say, listening to the emission, all sorts of emission on the device should not be able to learn anything about the secret key, let's say, that is being used in some cryptographic operation. Okay, so first I started with the history of quantum computing. And okay, so let's say we have adversary that looks a bit meaner than the other one, that has a quantum computer at hand. So what can this adversary actually do? Well, it can use Shor's algorithm to break integer factorization and discrete logarithm problem. We said that our cryptography is based, or a lot of our cryptography is based on these problems. And all of these that I mentioned will be broken. Just as an illustration, today we have RSA using 2048 bit numbers. So if you would like to use a classical computer to break something that is used such a big moduli for RSA, it would take a lot of years. But using Shor's algorithm, it's less than a second if we have the computer that can run this algorithm with enough qubits and so on and so on. We're not interested in that at the moment. Okay, so is that all? Well, Grover's algorithm should not be underestimated at any point. It's only a quadratic speedup, but this is seriously significant when we have exhaustive search. Many of the algorithms that we use today, or many of the problems that we face today, actually have either full enumeration necessary in order to solve some problem when we have no idea how to solve the problem, or partial enumeration. And then we need exhaustive search. And for example, this will influence passwords and key search in general, and solving NP-hard problems. And maybe you've heard of hash functions as well. This will help here as well. So as an illustration, let's say you have an 8-character password of only lowercase letters. I'm not saying this is very secure, because even classically this can be broken. If you would just do enumeration, it will take around 4 years. If this is really, let's say, random, and you don't use some dictionary for the attack. But for Grover, it will be less than 5 days. So really a significant speed up as well, which is relevant especially for password cracking. So these two algorithms really influence today's crypto. And if we would like to continue using them, we need some revision, but we can't use these at all. So a solution? Well, we can abandon completely the way we are doing cryptography today, and maybe, not base it on computational assumption, but maybe use quantum computers. We can do a lot of things quantumly, right? There is one serious problem with this. We are not going to have quantum computers in our pockets any day soon. So the thing is that, the crypto can be broken, but it's really difficult for us to use quantum technology to continue our communication. So that's why a better solution is post-quantum cryptography, where we have classical classical algorithms, but they are secure against quantum attacks. Let me illustrate this nicer. Alice is classical, classical computer, Bob is classical computer, their communication is classical, only the adversary is quantum. So can we make crypto that is classical, can run on our mobile phones, but is secure against quantum computers? Turns out, yeah, we can. And there are quite a few different types of problems, hard mathematical problems that are believed to be hard even for quantum computers. And if they are not hard for quantum computers, we would have a similar situation as with in the classical case, where we assume that some problems are harder than polynomial problems. So the problem of whether NP is equal to P. So similar situation, but in the quantum hierarchy. So these problems have, let's say, more or less 5 flavors. We have isogeny-based crypto systems that are really versatile. You can make quite a lot of things out of them. So multivariate crypto systems, code-based crypto systems, lattice-based, and hash-based signatures, only signatures. That's why we don't even say that they are crypto systems, because that's the only construction that we can make. Even though, for example, also for multivariate crypto systems, we have learned from mistakes that, again, signatures are the ones that we can create from these and not encryption scheme. So when were these invented? Well, some fun history facts. A long time ago. So the McAleese encryption scheme, which is a code-based one, was invented in 78, and her sister, let's say the dual, in 86. McAleese is as old as RSA, so in the same year. So why didn't we use McAleese, and we wouldn't have the problem now, right? So other things, Lampert signatures. So this is the basis for hash-based signature. They were invented in 79, also almost as old as RSA. So then the sister, or the more advanced one, the Merkle signature schemes in 89. Then we have multivariate cryptography. So it was the 90s when we have the boom of multivariate cryptography, especially UV and rainbow, which you will hear later on more and more. So like quite a long time ago. Also, isogeny-based crypto was invented a long time ago, and so on. The term post-quantum crypto was coined only in 2003, where some people, like Dan Bernstein, were already very aware of the threats that we will be facing soon. And in around 2012, I was doing my PhD in post-quantum crypto. And around the same time, nobody even from the crypto community cared about post-quantum crypto. So it was like walking into a room and telling that you are working on rainbows and unicorns. So something like that. But that was in 2012. And there were quite a lot of problems with post-quantum crypto, which made it so much uninteresting. Like, for example, the huge key sizes, the signature sizes, the speed. Like, everybody thought that was over the top, and it's really difficult to make any of these usable. So now you may figure out why McAleese was never attractive compared to RSA. But things changed when in 2014, ETSI made a working group on quantum-safe algorithms, and NIST announces that they're going to standardize post-quantum cryptography in 2015. And so this is basically the turning point. So this is the call of NIST for standardization of post-quantum algorithms. So the call came out 2016, 2017, already deadline for submissions. So 1 year. And this is the initial timeline, more or less. Getting finalists 2020, and approximately now draft standard ready. We are still waiting for the results, so we are a bit late. But it's okay still. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's not a competition. NIST keeps saying that this is not a competition. It's much more complicated than previous NIST competitions, and there are so many uncertainties, so many different algorithms, and probably there will be more algorithms chosen in the end. So out of 82 submissions, the first cut was made to 69 submissions. And regarding security, they made a few target security levels, which were kind of connected to what we know, and that is AES and SHA-256. Well, not just SHA-256, but different levels of security. So they linked the security of post-quantum schemes to the security of these. So they say like, okay, so your scheme should be as secure as breaking AES 128 in order to be in category level 1. How are you going to break AES 128? That's not important, and they did not specify. And that was in my opinion, a very big mistake because it caused a lot of problems, later. So there's like the metric is very vague, let's say. So a very important thing that they mentioned in the call is that confidence in prior cryptanalysis is very important. So how well we know how to break these things, and if we have like this super new algorithm, the confidence will be very low because no one even tried to attack it. Whereas Mekele's, for example, is 40+ years old, right? The security proofs were not mandatory. What I mentioned at the beginning, it's very nice to have a security proof, but they said like, okay, it's not mandatory. It's, maybe nice to have it, but there are still many challenges regarding security proofs, so that's not mandatory. I will use such letters to quote exactly NIST. So performance considerations will not play a major role in the early portion of the process. So they said like, okay, performance is not important in round 1. They asked for reference implementation in ANSYS-C. Whoever is doing implementations here in the room will know that that's not a good reference, let's say, environment to measure performance of an algorithm. So the picture can be quite distorted if you compare algorithms implemented in ANSYS-C. So one algorithm might be possible to optimize in gazillion ways and to obtain a very, very good end product in the end, and the other one totally not. And you're comparing them in a very restricted environment. Okay. So yeah, they asked for other implementations to show that you're optimized, but that was not mandatory. And they said that they're looking for drop-in replacements for existing applications like TLS. So this is kind of contradictory because TLS uses Diffie-Hellman style key exchange, and the call is not even for such key exchange, but is for key encapsulation mechanisms. So immediately we see that we cannot have drop-in replacement here. Intellectual property, well, it's not good to have patented algorithms, but yeah, that will not be the most decisive thing. And in cryptography, everybody knows that it is not good to patent your algorithm if you ever want it used. Completely new standards were invented throughout the history just to circumvent patenting issues. So no patents, but still people patent their crypto. I sincerely don't know why. So additional requirements, yeah, it's good to have side channel resistance or multi-target attacks and so on, but nothing mandatory. I am a proud member of the digital security group, which had 8 candidates in the submission. So I was involved in MQDSS as principal submitter. So we have all flavors from all different types of algorithms, and I will not talk about this in particular. So what happened in round 1? Well, by the like in a year, 22 were attacked. Some were completely smashed, let's say, even with attack scripts, with classical algorithms, not quantum algorithms. So there were some design flaws, of course. And then round 2 began around beginning of 2019. We moved forward with all 8 submissions. And the decision was based only on security considerations. So it's like NIST like just put away all the attack schemes and moved on. And the thing is that it only did this based on the input from the post-quantum crypto community, and from the report, we cannot see anything more that they did internally. NIST allowed some tweaks of the candidates afterwards to improve parameters, better security analysis, and so on, and so on. And there were some merges between similar candidates. Or, for example, different flavors of the same algorithm, and they were merged. So just to see the landscape, this is a NIST slide, the landscape of the submissions. So we see this column here is actually this column here, sorry. It's actually what is their what are they based on? So what kind of scheme that is, and this is the problem. So the hard mathematical problem, or well, here we have what kind of construction it is. Yeah, so this is, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe just a code word for NIST to know what they're dealing with, right? So we see that in encryption, we have a lot of lattices, and in signatures, we have just a few schemes, basically, and a lot of multivariates and a lot of Fiat-Shamir. Fiat-Shamir is a solid construction of signatures with proofs. Okay. So in the second round, NIST announced that now they will focus more on performance. So it's not only security that matters, now performance also matters, and not only performance on your huge PC where you have AVX2 instructions and all sorts of really nice instructions, but on devices where there are limited set of instructions or limited memory, limited power, and so on. So this is what they wanted to see. There was some feedback from the community, so like what they expect in round 2. So many insights regarding both security but also implementation points. That it turned out to be a lot of mistakes in the implementations that were discovered throughout the process. Yeah, so there were proposals to look from the business community or from a manufacturers community what exactly is needed and what are these requirements, and you will see that this is still a thing. So 2020 third round begins. So Radboud has now 4 finalists and 2 alternates, and decisions were based again mostly on security considerations. So again, we see a selection of algorithms because of security issues or worries, let's say. And again, they claim that they mentioned that performance was not decisive. So this is what happened in the landscape. So the finalists were the one that there is a little bit more insight or a little bit more confidence into them, and that could start immediate standardization after the third round. But if something happens to them, for example, they get attacked, for example, then the alternates would come in. But yeah, these should be the ones that need to be standardized faster. So yeah, these are the signature schemes that we have. So the orange are finalists and the blue are alternates. And also here the camps, again with the same colors. So these two are also taken from what NIST thinks about these algorithms, although they were not super elaborate in their reports, I must admit. So sometimes it's only left to speculation what they really meant with something. So they said that the standards is going to be announced end of 21. Didn't happen. End of March 22. Well, that didn't happen, and we are still waiting and speculating what's going to happen. And in the meantime, well, we've seen a lot of very, very interesting developments regarding attacks. So let's zoom in to these things. So first on security. Security proofs. I must say that throughout the process, we learned a lot about security proofs of various schemes. So there was quite a big of advancement in understanding security proofs for quantum algorithms. So this provable security world thinks of models and how to model adversaries and how to model attacks and so on. And for the classical world, we've had a lot of time to model this. Right, and for the quantum world, it's only more or less during this competition, non-competition, sorry, but also how we model the adversaries is based on real-world examples. So whether we say that the adversary has access to some oracle, that's because we can see a real-world example with a client, for example, talking to a server and the server answering all sorts of queries. So we can see this in reality, but that's not the case for quantum computers. We cannot see this in reality, and we don't really know how that is going to happen, and what is the quantum adversary going to do. So the modeling is a bit of an issue, but we've learned a lot, I have to say. One of the best things is that one of the beloved constructions of the crypto community, and that is fiat-Shamir, was proven to be okay in the quantum world. So it is secure against quantum adversaries. And if this was not the case, this would be another very big hit to the cryptographic constructions that we know. So that's really nice, I think. There were some mistakes in proofs noticed, but they were later on, let's say, improved or changed, corrected, depends on which one. And there were some firsts where, for the first time, it was seen that a loose proof, which means that the proof does not really tightly link the complexities of the hard problem and the scheme, but not a little bit loosely, let's say. It was shown that you can attack crypto systems just because of this, and there is nothing wrong with the proof. So this was the first example of such a case. But there were also some advancements in solving the hard problems. For example, I will show you some recent results. So we have an advancement of solving the syndrome decoding, which is relevant for the McAleese crypto system. So this is the current length, and it was solved like a month ago or so. And this is the time. So this is still a little bit far away from the NIST parameters. But the thing is that if you look at category 5 parameters for McAleese, you see that there is like a slight overestimate, a few bits, but it's here based on this analysis, which means that if we have some better advancement in the algorithms, we will need to change the parameters of McAleese, which is not a very big deal. It's just that you lose performance with every increase of parameters. The shortest vector problem, this is relevant for the lattice schemes that we see. So recently, GPUs were used to show that some algorithms can be really sped up, for example, and this is done by a group in the Netherlands from CWI. Then we have advancement on the min rank problem, which is also one of the a little bit hidden problems in these schemes. But it is connected to the security of quite a lot of them. And there were some improvements for this one. So, for example, this paper here improved the understanding of the min rank problem. And you see, for example, here, previously, such attacks were thought to be extremely difficult and costly. So, for example, if we do this attack on the GEMS scheme, we would need 2 to the 522 operations, which is huge. There were better approaches, but this one, we thought it was here, but the new approach tells us that we are much closer to the real parameters of these schemes. So, for example, instead of 500 bits, we have 150 bits of security. So there were some parameters also broken for other schemes. This was previous estimates, so broke it a bit for Rollo. These were also for Rollo and RQC. So we have some breaks here. And something very interesting, which was done, let's say, during making the presentation, some breaking news on the 4th of April. So this is the exact message sent to the PQC forum. The Center of Encryption and Information Security, Matsov of the IDF, maybe someone know this organization. I didn't, but it's linked to Israeli intelligence organizations, let's say. And they published a report, and it's accessible to everybody. I still don't know what the report says. There are still no comments from the crypto community. But they were in communication with NIST for a few months. So this kind of gives a little bit of credibility of this result. So it is important. And there is a noticeable reduction in security based on this attack. And let's see. So, for example, we have quite a lot of bits, like 30, maybe around 30 bits shaven off the candidates, and they say that further improvements are possible. So, yeah, we see advancements in everything. So these are, let's say, quite dramatic, and you would say like, okay, why should we even look at this? But it turns out that this is quite normal. So I'm going to show you something that is known as the discrete log race, which happened around 2013-14, when we have in 2 years a significant, dramatic improvement in understanding of the complexity of discrete log. So maybe this here you cannot read, but I just put this so that you can see the long list of breaking records in 2 years. And this is actually what happened. The discrete log. So you see the advancement from 85 to 2013, like almost none in how many bits we can actually break. And then we have this huge advancement. Okay, a disclaimer, this is just over these fields. There are other fields can be used, and we have different different situation there, but still there is quite a big advancement. So this is normal, and we are still happily using these algorithms. So it is normal also for RSA. At some point, long time ago, we used much smaller keys, and now we used 2048 or even bigger 2048 bits or even bigger keys. So this advancement is quite normal. All right. Oh yes. Okay. This is the latest. So we have like this enormous number for the size of the field that's been that cannot fit here in the picture. So it's like quite up, right? What is a bit more dramatic is the case of MQ signatures. There were 4 signatures in the second round, and 3 of them were structured and without security proof, and one with security proof. The thing is, even though these were structured, they were quite old, and people thought that we understand very well the security and the construction and so on, and they are very nice because they have extremely small signatures, signatures comparable to what we use now. Huge public keys, but small signatures. So this is very nice if we kind of want a drop-in replacement where the public key can be stored somewhere else, or I don't know, transferred differently, not over the same channel, and so on and so on. So these are some quotes from the report of NIST, and basically they are kind of confident in the security of these schemes. They just say that, okay, the performance is questionable and we should work on that one. Yeah. Well, in 2019, LUV was broken. So LUV was a new scheme, but based on a very, very old scheme where some optimizations were applied. And everybody thought that was the coolest thing ever because we could not see how these optimizations affect security. But it turns out that a practical attack was soon possible on this one. So also the third round candidate GEMS was broken, and this was the paper breaking it. So it was smashed. So okay, these are the new attack numbers. You will say, okay, so 180 bits. Well, maybe that can be improved, right? We can increase the parameters and so on. The problem here is that, well, as you go to larger parameters, so these are smaller parameters, bigger parameters, larger parameters, you see that there is virtually no change in the attack vector. So the attack doesn't scale as the parameters do, and so it's beyond repair. You cannot increase the parameters, and that's it. So these two were broken, and then Rainbow remains. Rainbow is a finalist now, and people were quite convinced that it's going to be standardized. There were some improvements on the understanding of the attacks, but this kind of like added to the confidence because yeah, even the improved attacks showed that yeah, Rainbow with slight increase of parameters will be still okay. But then yeah, then there was one attack in October 26, which kind of made a new way of let's say it looked at it differently. So a little bit of different modeling of the system, and so yeah, this attack was quite an improvement over the old attacks. So these were like these are the second round parameters, and then they were changed a bit for the finals. But you see, even the change parameters were broken. So yeah, adjustments were done. But then February 13, 2020, there appeared a tweet. Very nice one. You have a practical break on one of the NIST finalists. Do you rush a paper? Take your time, and then wait for the standard. Yeah, right. And then attack. Claim the break now, but no details. Or steal the cryptocurrencies based on this one. Yes. So yeah, based on who sent the tweet, we knew that it's Rainbow, and it turns out it can be broken over a weekend on a laptop. So that's not very nice news. Yes. So these are the numbers if you're interested. So quite a big difference, up to 50 bits, And really, I read the paper, and really, so he even provides a script that you can use to check if you want. Well, the parameters can still be adjusted. That's the good news. The problem is that the Rainbow will not be competitive anymore with UV, which is the basis for Rainbow. So Rainbow adds a bit of structure to UV just to make to become more efficient. With this, it's not very. It becomes non-competitive with UV, and since UV has simpler structure, and in crypto we have the policy simple is better. So if it's overcomplicated, then something's wrong with it. So this means that, well, it's better to use UV than Rainbow because there might be some other issues with Rainbow now that they are of equal performance. So this kind of kills Rainbow for standardization purposes. And yeah, maybe we should standardize UV. The problem is not in the competition. But then NIST announces a fourth round of signatures. Because of this serious break of MQ signatures, which you saw that were like a very big part of the signature part, and only lattices remain. So NIST said like, okay, so we're not going to have signatures only on lattices. Okay, disclaimer, no, not only lattices, we also have Sphinx Plus, which is a hash-based signature, but that's huge. Super conservative, super secure, but very, very big. But then NIST said like, okay, we'll organize a fourth round so that we can get some more diversity in the signature selection. And so approximately when the standard is announced or when the announcement is made, even without any standardization, the new fourth round will kind of begin with the call for proposals. So some takeaways: Rainbow is not going to be standardized, and probably NIST wants another MQ signature because of the interesting properties, or isogeny based. There were no signatures that were isogeny based in the previous round, but during the competition there was like a parallel track of isogeny based crypto that pushed forward, and that has so many new advances that it's like very, very interesting to look at. And so maybe that's an option. Sphinx Plus is going to be standardized. That's like more than obvious because that's the secure choice. They haven't said this, but this is my very strong opinion about it. One of the support of a support of my statement is that stateful hash-based signatures are already being standardized in a different track. So not in this, not in the NIST, not through the NIST competition. And Sphinx and Sphinx is a stateless hash-based signature, so it's kind of like a better alternative, but a little bit bigger because of that. So what do we have while waiting for the standard? Efficiency comparison. What about key sizes, signature sizes, time, and so on? So this is taken from a colleague of mine, a very nice illustration with different colors of what is acceptable as what is completely unacceptable in terms of size for various applications. So it turns that Sphinx Plus, it's very nice, but we have like very big signatures that really don't fit in many places. So some tricks are needed. And there have been some tricks out there that were suggested in order to make this work, right? But for example, these two finalists, the Lithium and Falcon, they have comparable performance. So they're still finalists. So we don't know which one's going to be selected. I honestly don't know which one NIST prefers, and they kind of look very similar, but they're based on different problems. And there are various lobbying groups for one and the other. I mean, that happens all the time. We have something similar for CAMs. And again, we have the lattices of comparable performance. So if you look at Kyber, that's kind of like the CAM version of the Lithium. And if you look at Saber, that's kind of like the CAM version of Falcon. Well, that's not exactly correct what I said, but you can think of it for better comparison. What about post-quantum on embedded devices? I mean, how can you put or verify a huge signature of 17 kilobytes compared to a few hundred bits of what we are used to now, right? So that's a big issue. ARM Cortex-M4 was recommended by NIST to investigate what we can put in it and how we can squeeze post-quantum crypto in it. But if you think in terms of microcontrollers, so this is a huge chip. So usually in the industry, whether that be automotive industry or whatever IoT devices, you would have much smaller chips, like, for example, Cortex-M0 or RISC-V. And some would have very, very limited, let's say, memory or no support for some operations that we need. And they are long-lived, in many cases, up to 30 years. So if you put it now in an airplane, it's going to be there for maybe 30 years, right? And then we're going to have quantum computers. And we don't want to have crashes, right? So we need to do it now, and for critical infrastructure as well. This was not addressed by the NIST process, but it's critically needed, and this is something that we here in the Netherlands saw as very important. We organized with some people from Eindhoven University and some from other countries. We organized twice a Lawrence workshop focusing on this issue. We have quite a lot of influential publications, but there is still a lot of work that is necessary to be done. And the physical security, as I said, we don't have devices that are isolated. So yeah, the attacker may use side channels. So this is from our lab at Radboud. And we've attacked quite a lot of finalists using side channel attacks. One thing that is important is that the lattice-based schemes are very vulnerable to side channel attacks, and there's a lot of things that need to be investigated. And NIST was said that was looking for drop-in replacements. As I said, this is not very realistic. For example, for DNS-SEC, only Falcon can fit in as a drop-in replacement. And for example, in TLS, we can't even do that because it's different. We need to change the protocol. So here are, pen and paper changes of the protocol, but actually this is not as simple. We do have some large-scale experiments with Cloudflare running regarding CAM-TLS. A question? Yes, I'm posing this question all the time to myself and to others. So is NIST planning to standardize Diffie-Hellman style exchange of keys? So we have had tremendous advancement. Security, well, we could understand security better, but it's a short time. There's huge advancement, but still a lot to be done. But this was something that was kind of like in everybody's thoughts a few years back, but that's not the case anymore because we have optimized the schemes very well. But we do still have challenges that I mentioned. And one that I didn't mention, that's IP statements regarding the candidates. So there has been some IP claims, which I will not go into because the community says they're not relevant, right? And should we wait for the standard? Well, it's going to be any day now, but it seems that the industry really waits for the standard to start thinking about implementing post-quantum crypto, which should not be the case. The end industry users should already communicate with the crypto industry in order to start using algorithms that are finalists. Yeah, because it will take another 2 years. And that was all. Thank you very much. Maybe I was a bit over time.
Thank you, Simona. Thanks a lot for the very nice presentation. I am sure there are a lot of questions. So
please,
we start there.
Thank you. And yeah, I have a question about the NIST candidates. Like you mentioned, there are 4 or 5 kinds of um, PQC algorithms. I mean, the lattice-based, code-based, hash-based, and multivariate-based, and others. I think. Which one do you think is outstanding among these kinds of PQC standards from NIST?
Which one is
Outstanding.
outstanding? So yeah, so hash-based signatures, I think, are going to be standardized because there is a security proof, but they're very big.
Yeah.
So that is a problem. And lattices, I also think that we will see as standards CAM lattice, lattice CAM, and also lattice signature. But I'm not sure whether the lattice signature is going to be announced now as a standard, or yeah, it's going to wait a bit
Yeah.
for that one. But
Yeah, thank you. And also, you talked about like we shouldn't wait until the standardization. I agree. So at this point of view, if we want to embed some PQC algorithm into our systems or like softwares, how can we choose some PQC algorithm from?
Yeah, yes, thanks. Well, the end users, which when I think of end users, I think of industry, business that need crypto, right? So they should communicate with the industry that makes the chips, right? That, I don't know, implements infrastructure. For example, the ones that make decisions of what's going to be used in the NSSEC or TLS and so on. So maybe the usual suspects that you would contact when you want to have classical crypto. So we would not expect that someone that is not interested in just wants something secure should make the decisions. But for example, the crypto industry should already start making experiments and implementations and solid implementations, protected implementations. So the chip industry should already work on the designs on these algorithms. Well, they don't have to actually print the chips and then turns out, yeah, we can't use them. But work on designs because that process takes a lot of time. So they should already focus on this. But for example, Cloudflare does these experiments all the time. So they have a really big group focusing on implementing post-quantum crypto. So I think that there are also other players out there. So yeah, those would be the
Yeah, thank you.
yes.
Thanks. Do we have more questions here? All right.
Can you elaborate a little bit on the effects on the cards industry based on this problem?
On the cars industry, yes. Yeah, that pops up all the time. Let's say so. The thing is that yeah, the chips are quite small there. That are being used, but I don't think that you cannot use larger chips for cars. So I'm not aware of any in any car manufacturer that actually is trying to do this already. But they should. And when we organized this workshop, we had direct input from, or one of the organizers was from Continental, so direct input from the car industry and looking at some challenges. So let's say the biggest challenge there is verification. Well, not the biggest, but one of the biggest challenges would be verifications of signatures, for example, for update of software. Right. So that needs to be done efficiently. So you need to make sure you have how to store the signatures and so on. Sorry, the keys and so on. So yeah, there are other challenges, but they're basically the ones that you would expect when you talk about embedded devices in general. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Do we have any more questions from the audience? I would like to ask one. I wonder, I do notice that there are a lot of reservations you have regarding the standardization process. What could have been done differently to make it more efficient?
Okay, thanks for the question. So the thing is that NIST could have been a little bit more prepared, and one of the issues that people found out is that there was like a very big discrepancy in the submissions of how detailed their specifications were, what metrics they used to judge the level at which their parameters sit, and how to make the implementation. So all of these could have been prepared by NIST by, let's say, a template or a very good metric. So like very detailed metric of what we expect and how to interpret this vague table that we had. So a little bit more preparation would have saved a lot of time in the competition, I think.
Yeah, and we might also have the standard by now then.
Yeah, yes. So actually, I was really hoping when we communicated with Oscar the first time, I was really hoping that we will have the standard now and that I will talk about the standard. But yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot for the great presentation. And let's thank our speaker. So we have a small break now. We have around 15 minutes and we will meet again at 12:20. So enjoy the coffee. So welcome back. Okay. Yeah. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I think it was a good coffee break and we are recharged now. We have our next speaker, Harold from Orange Quantum Systems. Harold, if you could please come on stage. But before you would start, I want the audience to interact with us in some Mentimeter questions. So you can use your the 4G data or the 5G data on your mobile phones and log into this website and use the code to answer the question. And Harold here will help us find the correct answer when the audience have voted for it.
Question or
I think
clear?
I think it's okay. If you would like, you can read out the question.
The idea is here is well, what is the theoretical maximum number of qubits based on the current technology? It's important that a general purpose quantum processor can have.
So once you would start voting, we would start seeing this.
Okay, it's about physical qubits. Yes. No, can have. It's not theoretically.
It is not working again? Okay. That's funny because we had it working over the break and now it refuses to work again. But Harold, maybe
No, I won't just. Okay, A. Who voted for A? No one. Good. Who voted for B? No one. Good. Who? Who? One person.
One person for B.
Yes. Who voted for C? Okay, two persons, two people. Who voted for D? And who voted for E? Very good. So the correct answer is it's a 1 kiloqubit. You basically because the error rates of the gate errors, also explained by Benno in the beginning, because of the fact that it's not perfect qubits, you are limited. And the reason for that is because the current quantum hardware has layouts, and not every qubit is being connected with every qubit. But quantum information processing, the way you calculate with quantum with qubits, assumes that you can connect every qubit with every qubit. Otherwise, you cannot really benefit from all the quantum advantages that you have. And in order to do so with real hardware, you need to basically copy, if you want to let's say, entangle two qubits that are kind of very far apart, you need to make in-between steps to get the information of qubit 1 connected or entangled with qubit 10. And you need an amount of steps to be able to do that. And due to the fact that you do not have perfect qubits, that can only be done up to the level that you have 1,000 qubits. And that has to do with the fact that it's a square. But maybe I'm going too far into the details now. But trust me, it's about 1 kiloqubit that you can actually create with the current technology that is available. So that's just to put that in perspective, because we need to really have quite a lot of breakthroughs, fundamental breakthroughs, to really move into the realm of processors that actually can do something on the level of breaking codes, as mentioned before.
All right.
Good.
Thanks, Carol. So we will have our next question, and let's try to. Okay, everybody already answered, or it's just coming up like that. Okay, so what is the number of qubits used by Dutch national quantum computer, Quantum Inspire?
Yes, you mentioned already Quantum Inspire, yes. And maybe you can answer the question.
Yes, so there are two different kind of hardware in the Quantum Inspire. There are the spin qubit hardware that has 2 qubits for the moment, and for transpons we have 5 qubit, and we are going to increase the number of qubits. There are 17 qubits planned to be made available to the public very soon. So
be aware of this is qubits. It's not kilocubits. Just to put things in perspective, this is this is where we are, and then based on this technology, you can get up to 1,000 qubits. But we're still at a very, let's say, level of handful.
We would need a lot more to make something useful for the people in general. Lot more number of qubits. Okay, so I will not take more time and give the stage to Harold for his talk. Thank you, Harold.
Thank you. Oh, yes, the clicker. Well, thank you for inviting me. My name is Harold Alberts. I'm Managing Director of Orange Quantum Systems. A bit about myself. I started in 2017 with working in this field. And I started at QTech, and one of the responsibilities I had was the launch of Quantum Inspire. So, at the day I started in 2017 at QTech, there was still a lot of science with respect to quantum computing, and maybe also still a lot of people thought that it was not only science, but it was more science fiction. Things have changed, and I think that is basically what I want to do and present in this, let's say, half an hour, 3/4 of an hour, is where we are with the quantum hardware at this point in time. And to do that, I have kind of summarized 2 papers. One of them, it's not by me, but it's by Lubinsky, and that is about the state of the art of the current quantum hardware. If you don't believe it, here it is. And the other one is indeed about looking with a different perspective to the quantum computer, and that is the perspective that is what has been emerged the past 5 years. It's looking at it from a perspective of product development. So not looking at it as a nice and interesting piece of technology, but more into, okay, what are you actually going to use, where are you going to actually use it for? I think Benno gave already an example, an excellent introduction to that, and he specifically looked at the hardware they're using. I've tried to give an overview, and I'm a bit less optimistic as Benno is. I will already tell you. So let's see. Quantum Inspire was actually in the end launched in 2020. And it was specifically intended to be used by students to get acquainted with quantum information processing. As you all know, quantum computing is a totally different paradigm than the classic computing, and which means that you need to train and educate people. And one of the things that you're here for is to be trained and educated about what quantum computing can do. And therefore, this Quantum Inspire is typically a way of getting students acquainted with real quantum hardware to try to do quantum information processing, and also see what the status is of the hardware at this point in time. So, but that was in 2020. In 2020, Quantum Inspire was the first European quantum computer that was put out there in the cloud to be used. Well, the real pioneer here was IBM, that already launched in 2016 its quantum computer. What I want to, the question you probably have, what is the status now? Well, just to give you an overview, there's a lot of quantum computers available online already. So Pascal this morning presented their system, but that is not publicly not available online. So it's not something you really is being offered as a service to be used by researchers. These are, and what is very interesting to see is that it's not a handful of systems anymore. It's a growing list of companies that actually build quantum computers and make it accessible for users. So it's really taking the perspective of a product that they offer to the market. So what is then the best quantum computer you can get? Also already mentioned by Benno, it's not easy to answer, and therefore there will be in this presentation quite a technical part in trying to explain how you benchmark quantum computers. It is maybe, yeah, so be prepared. And I know everyone is looking forward to the lunch, but I'm trying to make it as easy as possible. But that is also one of the reasons that how can you compare quantum computers? I listed a number of qubits because that is typically what is being seen as a parameter, a metric to indicate what the power is of a QPU, quantum processing unit, that is being used by this quantum computer. But that's not the only thing. Like I said this morning, already mentioned by Benno, there's different underlying quantum technology that is really determining the performance of a quantum computer for a specific quantum algorithm that you want to run on it or to execute on it. Just therefore, I also listed here what underlying quantum technology is there. Most of them are superconducting. And here I deviate a bit from the storyline given by Benno, because he said there's no standardization. Well, I slightly disagree. I think for the more mature quantum technologies out there, such as superconducting quantum computing, there is standardization starting up at this point in time. I will get back to that a bit later. There's trapped ions, there is photonics, and Pascal this morning was atoms. So it's all kind of different ways, but in the end, it all boils down to qubits that can be generated with this technology. So let's see. Key message of this whole presentation, I will give it here as a starting point, but I will repeat it several times. There is really something going on the past 5 years, going from research and technology development towards product development. And that really is changing the world. And one of the things is that if you look at the companies, most of them are startups that build their own quantum computer, that have raised a lot of venture capitalist money and are really going for it to conquer the world. And that is a very, let's say, driving factor in developing this technology. So now the tricky part. How powerful is a quantum computer? I'm really happy with Benno's presentation because he already introduced the quantum circuit diagram. Maybe not that in depth, but this is a quantum circuit diagram. A quantum processor power is being defined by the the let's say the capability of this QPU to run the most complex. Well, it's defined by the quantum algorithm complexity that it can execute. So it's being defined not as flops, floating points operations, which is the typical classic way of high performance computers, but it's defined by, in a similar way, what is the most complex algorithm you can run on this QPU. Therefore, we ran into a new question: what is the definition of a quantum algorithm complexity? What is the definition of this? And there we make use of this quantum circuit diagram. Here you see one where a quantum circuit diagram really boils down to the level of manipulating the state of a qubit going from, for instance, by using gates. The gates are denoted here by blocks, and the qubits are here listed, and they are connected. Well, the qubits can be represented by these wires, and each sequential step, gate step manipulation you do of a qubit is being represented here in blocks on this wire. But some of these gates are dependent of the state of a qubit, and therefore you then cross multiple wires. Not that important. Yeah, it is important, but I will not go into much detail about it. I think the definition of a quantum algorithm complexity is like this. First, there is one parameter metric, which is the quantum circuit depth, which is the amount of steps it takes to get to the answer. So in this case, this example, you need 5 gates in a row to have this answer being generated by your quantum algorithm. The next one, it's the quantum width, which is basically the amount of gates you can apply at the same time in one step. So if you look at algorithms, then if you have a large number of calculations, that will increase your circuit depth. If you have high memory needs for your calculation in your quantum algorithm, and that includes the size of the problem that you want to solve with the quantum algorithm, sorry, that is the quantum width. So this is how you define then the quantum algorithm complexity. So if you look at a QPU, then the question is, by the way, there's a lot of debate still of benchmarking and whether this is the best way to benchmark QPUs, but for this specific paper, this was used. How do you then now come to a number that is indicating how powerful your QPU is? Well, they have to find the quantum volume. So this is the complexity of this specific problem, and the quantum volume is the indicator in which you then can state whether this problem can be actually executed by a quantum processor with quantum volume X. And in the definition of quantum volume, you assume that this is a square circuit. So that means that you need to have a quantum volume processor, a processor with a quantum volume of 25, which is the max here, 5 times 5, that actually can run this example. Yes, I already mentioned that it is not straightforward to follow this, but sorry, the definition has a definition thingy. So you have a square quantum circuit. So this is what the processor is capable of. And this is a definition thing. We call it the quantum volume. And then you assume that you can run a square algorithm of 5 by 5 in this case on that specific quantum processor. That means that this is a more simple quantum algorithm. So there's power left for this quantum computer. It could not only calculate this one, it could calculate also a quantum algorithm that has two more qubits. Two more width. because it's practical. Then you have one number that says this computer has a quantum volume of X. It is under debate. There is no, this is just a way of defining the power of a quantum processor. So there is no, let's say, there is no logic in there, there's no mathematics, it's just a definition. Yeah? Oh, yeah, sorry about this. I needed to do this because I'm going to go with the next slide, which is introducing how the benchmarking of the different available quantum computers that are online accessible is being done. So that is, they took out, this is the introduction slide for the method. So this is not the results of the real quantum computers that are evaluated and are available online. This is just to introduce how they did it. They defined a bunch of algorithms. Deutsch-Schwarzer we already seen here. This we had already discussed Hamiltonian simulations. Shor's was mentioned. Grover's Monte Carlo sampling was mentioned already this morning. They used a bunch of quantum algorithms and they just run that for different problem sizes because that is what the different blocks indicate on real quantum computers. This one, to just give the introduction, it's not on a real quantum computer, but it's on a simulated noisy quantum computer with a quantum volume of 32. So it's indicating yes. Okay, I may have simplified this definition because it's not easy to calculate in a real complex function. It's not easy to calculate the amount of steps you need. So there is a kind of this is indeed this can be a bit tricky. It's not the exact squares of something. But good remark. Bonus points here for this, sir. Let's. Okay, I should speed up. Okay, next one. Here it is. So yes.
Let's resolve the questions for later. Otherwise, we would be late for the lunch.
Yeah, that's an important. Okay, but I will speed up. Okay, just to this is a bunch of algorithms that are tested. They did it just to clarify here the more difficult pictures that will follow on a simulated noisy quantum computer with a quantum volume of 32. Why did I choose this? They want to circumvent all the issues with the real hardware, already mentioned when I was trying to explain the kiloqubit maximum. And there's also the fact that a quantum volume of 32 was basically the claim of IBM that their quantum computer had a quantum volume of 32. So this is nice to have something which you will see looks like what will be presented in the next slide. Going there to explaining the figures, you have here the circuit depth, and here depth, the circuit width. So the circuit depth depends of the amount of calculation steps. Circuit width is the amount of qubits, but it is really the amount of connected qubits. And you can see that for tutorial algorithms with limited circuit depth and width, you have reasonable results because, as mentioned here already by this sir, is that here it's not per se deterministic outcome. So you have the signal to noise ratio is being presented here. So if it's a perfect outcome, it's blue. If it's random noise, it's red. So on a simulated noisy computer, this is supposed to be a realistic representation of real hardware. You see that tutorial algorithms can easily be run. The typical subroutines, you already have a limited amount of cases that you actually can run. And then if you have real problems, it's very limited size of the problem that you can execute. So just to put the things in perspective, to crack the RSO 3072, you need to have a gigabyte number of circuit depth and 6,000 circuit width, just to put things in perspective. No, it will not happen before then. I assume that is clear because we want to go for lunch. So this is what you will. So now we will see how it really looks like in actual available hardware. This is the result of the IonQ, Quantinuum, IBM, Rigetti. What first is interesting to see is here again circuit depth, and circuit width. They here piled up all kind of simulations. Quantum algorithms that were executed. So I will try to dive into that in the next slide, but it's giving an indication of what can be handled by the different online available quantum computers. It has to be said, this is what has been tested in practice. So sometimes the R&D labs of these companies have better equipment that is not accessible, so therefore not here being benchmarked. Sometimes they have reported in their scientific papers better results than this. But this is really a practical benchmark of what you would get if you would pay your money to get access to these machines. This is what is there. It shows that in the first slide we said 127 qubits, that was the max qubits by IBM. But if you look at the performance of these systems, at least the one that was tested, it showed. Okay, here you clearly see the effect of the different technologies that are underlying in the quantum computer. So here these are the superconducting ones, and these are the trapped ions ones. And at this point in time, the trapped ions ones seem to be better performing than the superconducting ones. Although I must say this is just it's not very much better. Just to be clear, it's not that the race is run already by the ion traps. But in the end, the amount of blue boxes is limited, and the amount of blue boxes you can see for the IonQ, and for the Rigetti machine, it's hard to get, let's say, a reasonable result out of the quantum computer that I have put online. Once again, so now, I have to go back, because here what I will do now, I just focus on the IonQ results. So this purple rectangle is the purple rectangle you see on this slide. Although it's not always a rectangle, it has to do with that they have changed the axis. So therefore this rectangle has become not a less square than, so it's still a rectangle, but here it's square and it's less square. So this is again the slide, the introduction slide. Let's say the introduction slide I showed with the noisy simulated computer what you would then get, and with the best online one, the IonQ, everything within this purple square was blue. Just to recall, everything in this purple square was blue. So if you then decompose the algorithms that I have run, and then didn't make that picture, so I had to do some magic myself. So that does mean that the IonQ machine is able to run the tutorial algorithms, can already do a limited amount of size, but can reasonably already start to do some medium circuit depth and width. And for the functional algorithms, it really doesn't work for the interesting algorithms, but it does work more or less for Hamiltonian simulation. And that is something which was already predicted by Richard Feynman when he started to think about a quantum computer, because Hamiltonian simulation is basically quantum physics. Simulating quantum physics with a quantum computer is what it is good at, and you see that here. It can indeed reasonably well simulate Hamiltonian simulations. However, the amount is still limited by the circuit width, so the amount of qubits that are connected. Once again, the RSA code cracking, it's still in a different galaxy. Good. Now I have given you an introduction about the performance of the current state-of-the-art quantum computers, but this session was about the hardware, and here I'm going to show you how the hardware actually looks. This is what is then, well, at least in 2020 when Quantum Spire was launched, this is at QTech how a real quantum computer looks like. And I'm very sorry that Benno already left, because yes, we have got a chandelier here. So this is indeed a superconducting one. And I'm not sure, yeah, probably most of you, or some of you have seen such a system, but I want to go through it slightly in more detail. Once more, you need to develop quantum algorithms. That's a software layer, because the quantum computer paradigm is different than the classic computer. But there's also a very large stack of control hardware and software that you need to create to send and read out the signals, to actually manipulate the qubits on the quantum processor. Then the chandelier, indeed, that's a fridge, because for superconducting qubits, you need to cool down the chip to the level of millikelvin with respect to temperature, meaning 270 degrees Celsius below zero. And that's because otherwise the signal to noise ratio of these qubits is going to be useless. So that is a hard requirement for superconducting qubits. And finally, it's the quantum processor itself. So it seems to, just to give you a flavor of the complexity of such a system, but it is even worse because this is what you actually need to bring such a system online, and this is what you need required during the operation. So there's a lot of, let's say, hardware in there, but there's a lot of software that is required, because you basically have to build up the full stack similar to the classic computer, going from the algorithm layer to the layer that you actually are sending pulses and receiving pulses. But also for designing and building such a complex system, you need to have design software and simulators that simulate quantum physics. You see here, for instance, Hamiltonian simulation is required to create a QPU that has proper robustness and high, let's say, easy to put in superposition and easy to entangle. So therefore, you need to really do some advanced simulations to be able to predict the performance of such a processor. And here I want to point out that everything was, let's say, the past decades created in academic environments. And only the past 5 years, you see that there is some standardization, specifically with the more mature technologies as the superconducting ones, that dedicated groups, commercial parties, start to focus in developing components that they can then provide to the quantum superconducting computer builders. And you really see here something happening, that you go, like I said, from research and technology development towards product development, and you get a kind of standardization of the building blocks of a quantum computer. So what that is really looking at the quantum computer from a product development perspective. So what is then required, if you consider the quantum computer as a product, you need to have users. And they have to have clear user requirements. Once again, Benno pointed that out clearly this morning. One of the added value they see in end users is getting feedback and telling them what they actually should build and what it should be capable of. So that is one of the requirements if you look at from this perspective to a quantum computer. The other thing is that I mentioned before, we have to start doing standardization and the integration of all of the components. The standardization, there are some efforts starting up. Sensenelec is starting a focus group on quantum technologies, and I think similar to what NEST is doing on post-quantum, the initiative is there, but it's not really has led to standards yet, but it started and everyone is aware of it. So this is really taking off right now. And it's required, because if you want to have all components being supplied to you, you need to define the interfaces. Here, it's important to be aware of that computer builders are at this point in time facing the question, shall I build my component or shall I buy it? So this build or buy discussion is going because it's far more efficient to buy stuff that is not competitive from your product perspective, to buy it instead of build it yourself. Then the standardization is also required to build up a supply chain of these components, because if it's not clear what the components should be doing, it's also a product, then you cannot have a supply chain that can deliver these high quality components. And one other thing is also you need to have a security of supply, because it's a complex system with thousands of pieces. You need to not miss one of the crucial pieces, and you're not able to actually deliver a quantum computer. So let me see. So this is one aspect of looking at this from a product perspective. The other aspect is that if you have a product, you always have the future and thinking of the future product that you want to develop and deliver. So, and that is what is called product generations. So just to give a short, let's say, intro on that. If you have a first generation, usually it's less complex and it has less performance, and it's not that expensive, and doesn't add that much value. However, there is a clear market segment, maybe a niche market, that is interested in this specific problem. And the idea of product generations is that you actually have multiple generations that build on top of each other, and that you have also for every product generation another niche market that you add up to what can use that product. So how does that look like for the quantum computer? Well, I think the first generation of quantum computers is here. Started around 2015 with IBM as first, but slowly there is a lot of them that are demonstrating the quantum information processing principles and having a training and education goal, and they use it for training and education. The next generation, and this is something which was invented by myself and my co-writers in the article that I am kind of summarizing, one of them is Benno, is that there will be quantum computers being generated to actually develop quantum processors, QPUs. And the reason for that is that, and probably you call it, the Hamiltonian simulation is already reasonably capable by the IonQ online computer to do Hamiltonian simulation, and it is one of the key requirements to actually design quantum processors. So you need to have a quantum computer to build a quantum computer. And that is something which is now happening. And the main reason for that is the article that I just presented in the first section of this presentation. Because you do also need a quantum computer to benchmark the QPUs that are out there. So we're really into this phase. We are starting with the second generation of quantum computers that are going to be useful instead of only from training and education perspective. We're going to build quantum computers with a quantum computer. This is a snowball effect, and this can be a game changer, because this will really speed up the developments of the quantum processor, I believe. The third generation, which is also the one that was a bit mentioned by Benno this morning, is whenever we have quantum computers that are powerful enough to really start to run algorithms. So basically what Benno mentioned as the quantum advantage, if we have quantum computers that really show quantum advantage, then I truly believe that we have the same effect as what we have seen in the artificial intelligence technology. In the 70s already, there was quite a lot of mathematicians discovering artificial intelligence technology and proving that it would work for some cases, and could not prove that it would work for other cases. But it really took a big step when classic computers became available, were powerful enough to just try it. It's really applied science. And I believe that developing quantum algorithms is going to be in the same way applied science. If you have powerful quantum computers that actually can use to just try it and see the added value they can bring for certain cases, it really will boom the amount of algorithms that will be developed. And then, finally, then you guys will be worried, because then, at a certain point of time, the quality and the algorithms will be at that level that it really becomes a kind of commodity that you can use to do, let's say, high performance computing. But that is only the fourth generation. So, but okay. So then looking just what are the niche markets that is of interest for these different generation of quantum computers? Already a bit mentioned before. So the academic research and development community is really interested in these demonstrators. The QPU development platforms are going to be used by the chip industry. Nowadays, the QPU industry is starting up. There are a few. There's even in Delft a company that started to really just deliver quantum processors, not a computer anymore. And that is, and I believe that whenever this becomes more mature, also the big classic, the semicon-based chip manufacturers will start to adapt the quantum technology, and they will kind of use the QPU development platforms. Then the quantum algorithm development platforms will be used by the software developers, and finally you will be using the high performance clusters, but that is way in the future, I think. So kind of rounding off, I have no clue what time. 15 minutes. Oh, I can dive into the details. Let's see. Then I think what is the current status? Like I said, if you look at the quantum computer from a product development perspective, key aspects need to be in place. You need to have clear user requirements. You have to have standardized components, and you have to have a secure supply chain of these components. If you look at the current demonstrators, and as I mentioned, the QPU development computer is kind of emerging, that is pretty clear of what they should be able to do. However, it's not a standardized system yet, although there is movement there, and the security of supply is still an issue because of there's limited suppliers. So basically, if someone cannot deliver because they, for instance, are now producing helium-3 in Russia, then it's unfortunate that you cannot build a quantum computer. So this is not a secure supply chain yet. I don't want to talk too much about the quantum algorithm development and high-performance quantum computer, because to me it's not very clear yet, because we have not seen where the use of this specific generation, which niche market will be in the sense that, okay, let me put it this way. I think there is already some quantum algorithm development, as mentioned this morning by Benno. However, that will really start to become a big field whenever this quantum algorithm development computer will be available. But here you cannot really talk about standardized components. For the high performance computing, already mentioned by Benno, they are now starting to integrate it. There's this goal that you can integrate the computing processor in the high performance clusters, but it's still unknown how that will look like. Then I've got at least another complicated slide to get you really ready for lunch. Because one of the things that I was asked by the organization, by Oscar, when will the quantum computer be cracking our algorithms? And I tried to give an answer to that, and it's and I will go back to the definition of what a quantum processor can handle, the complexity of the quantum algorithm. And as I mentioned, it's the circuit depth of an algorithm and the circuit width of an algorithm that is determining whether it can be handled by a quantum processor of a certain quantum volume. Let's start with the simple one. It's the circuit depth, the amount of calculation steps you need to take. If you look at the past 2 decades of what has been achieved with the gate error, so basically if you assume that you change the state of your qubit and 99% of the time it actually does what you think it does and 1% of the time it doesn't. So having that means that if you have multiple, if you have in a row a sequence of gates, then you have an error that you add on an error, so then you will get the random noise. That is what you see also in the red blocks in the previous figures. So this is kind of what the state of the art is for the best-in-class gate errors for specific qubits. And you see that it goes to the level of 99%, 99.9%, and there is a kind of guesstimate that people say, okay, if you have all of your gates and all of your qubits on your chip above the 99%, then it is possible to do error correction. What is error correction? It's very simple. You store the information not on one qubit but multiple qubit, and that is also, someone mentioned the logical qubit, and by kind of doing clever checking whether there is an error, you can then prevent that this error really occurs. You correct it basically, and then you have a logical qubit. So a logical qubit consists of at least 5 qubits, or 3 is the minimum, but probably hundreds of thousand qubits are required to do that. But you see that already a few of these gates and chips, QPUs have been achieved, but it's not yet on the chip level. So this is on a 1 qubit level, but you need to have a chip with let's say 100 qubits that it's applied. So why I'm explaining this is that I assume that within the next 5 years, we will see that someone is capable in a small QPU to do the error correction. And that means that then this can be crossed off, because then the circuit depth is not a problem anymore, because then you have a circuit depth of goes to infinite, because you correct it. But it creates an overhead. Mag ik? You are going too fast for me. so, so yes, that's dropped out. But as you are, yes, as Wouter is mentioning here, it has an effect on the circuit width, because indeed the error correction is yeah, this is good. This is confusion. This is not what I wanted to say. What the error correction will take capacity of your QPU to run your own algorithm. So that is basically what you're saying. So if you have a QPU which has, let's say, 1,000 qubits, and you need, let's say, 100 of them to do the error correction, you have only, or maybe the half of them, or then you have only 500 left to do your algorithm. So that's a very important remark, so thank you. Yes, that's correct. This graph shows, let's say, the amount of qubits being realized in the past 20, let's say 20 years. And this is the prediction of the current QPU developers of what they would think to be achieving in the next 5 years. There's one here that seems to be doing okay, but it is D-Wave, and that is not a universal gate-based computer, so you can forget that one. So, and here I put the line of the RSA 3072. That is the 6000. That is at least required if that would be perfect qubits to be dealt with. So we're not even close. And to be fair, and this is a secret, no one should. There are some of these reported here that I know of that I have indeed created, but I really don't work. And I'm not pointing at anyone in particular. But, so some of them is also kind of based on public information and not scientific reports. And yeah, there is also a kind of PR aspect in there, I can tell you. So no, you cannot, so that is basically my best guess. I mentioned before, 4th generation of computers. So, and if you can see here, I think this is the number of qubits you will need to go for building quantum computers to do QPU development. So the next generation will be kind of the generation that you will see here. So, not very good news. Yes, 5 minutes, but I'm done. Conclusions. First generation of quantum computers has arrived. It's not science fiction anymore. It's very important to realize that. The first generations of quantum computers will be interest of niche market. Important to be aware of. It can be a snowball effect. It can be that with the quantum computer being introduced, we can make better quantum computers. So that's what I strongly believe. And it will take a couple of generations before we really go into the HPC market with this technology. Last remark, just kind of promotion of the Delft region, but also we're building a quantum value chain. So Orange is actually trying to build the quantum computer for developing QPUs. And we make use of all components that are being supplied by other spin-offs of QTech, like Qblocks and Dell Circuits, that we really try to create a Dutch value chain on quantum computing. And I think it's, yeah, I see the amount of developments and the speed of developments really stepping up. Now, not only the big research institutes like QTech are working on it, but it is also being picked up by the startups that raise funding and have, I think, already 100 people employed to bring this technology to the next level. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol, for the very engaging presentation. It was very fun to watch you walking us through the different aspect, the hardware aspect of quantum computing. So any questions for Harold? Yes, there's one.
I know the problems between theory and practice, but you, quite in the beginning, you indicated that there would be a theoretical limit of 1,000 qubits. So I'm kind of wondering, well, you also presented RSA 3072 will need 6,000. If that's well above the theoretical limit, what's the problem?
Well, this one. So if we break this one and actually implement so that is the state of the art. At this point in time, there is no error correction. If we have error correction, and this is theoretically feasible, only the hardware is not there yet. It's already there for one specific case, but you need to have a chip that operates at that level. Then error correction will be introduced, and then you will really have a step change with respect to the amount of qubits that you can theoretically have on your chip, because then the error is being corrected, and then there's no limitation anymore in the qubit size. Well, there's definitely limitations, but not this one that I was just referring to. So if you have error correction, then this limit of 1,000 qubit drops. It's done.
Thank you, clear.
Yeah. Thanks. Do we have more questions? Yeah, we have one.
Can you go one slide back to 87, I think?
87.
Yeah, that one.
Oh,
yeah, that one.
The colorful one. This is completely
give
made up by myself. So
yeah,
this is.
That's why I'm asking you. If you would have a crystal ball, at what time scale would all blocks in that matrix be green?
All of them.
Yeah.
Well, this is this is a question that we might need some beers. This one is a geopolitical one. There is, because it's being put on the, let's say, dual use list, the quantum computer, supply from US, supply from Asia is going to be limited. So that is a question that really does depend on the politicians, how that will be. These ones, the QPU development quantum computer is emerging right now. So this is right now, and I see that the standardization efforts are starting up, and I think, but that I don't know NIST, but I hope that it will be a bit going a bit faster than what was explained this morning, that we have these kind of standardized components within the next 5 years. I think this is already there, and it becomes more clear. And there is even components that are needed for multiple different quantum technologies. For instance, this rack with control electronics that can be handling 4 or 5 different underlying quantum technologies. So there is already some of the, yeah, it will take time, but it's happening. Here, I really don't dare to say. I really don't know. It's like I really like the artificial intelligence example, because that already started in the 70s, and really that's only boomed 20 years later because of the fact that then these became available. And what you said, if you start diving into it and it becomes not a handful of people looking into this technology and thousands start to look at it, they discover all kind of things that you, yeah. Sometimes more people actually means more progress. Sometimes it doesn't, but sometimes it is.
It's like the avalanche effect. Not only for quantum computer is needed for a quantum computer, making a quantum computer, but more people are needed for making it possible.
Yeah, exactly.
So thanks for the question. I know you are willing to ask another.
I had one final question or remark, which is not intended to be funny, although you might interpret it that way. When you answered the question of my neighbor, you said, well, the secure supply chain, and then I was wondering whether I should interpret this, whether geopolitical friction helps our community buying time, because the quantum computer for high performance computing might become later. And if we would have world peace within a few years, these high performance computing machinery would arrive maybe 10 years earlier. What's your...
There's a relation. Yeah, of course. Like I said, we need beers to have this in a discussed in a proper way. But it's a double-edged sword. In one hand, you say, okay, it's going to be a protective market, but then again, like mentioned by Soumya, the Dutch government has put 600 million in the growth fund to put in quantum. So due to the fact that it is considered to be crucial, but also protective, means that there is a lot of local, let's say European, Dutch funding on developing this technology. If you look, I would say, so whether that balances the fact that you cannot work with everyone across the world, that I don't really know. So yeah, it's kind of difficult to judge. Well, there is just limited suppliers. For instance, most of these dilution fridges are being provided by Bluefos, which is in Finland, and that's providing all of them worldwide. So yeah, and they are the best, and they're the most reliable. There's multiple suppliers available, but they all want to have Bluefos fridges. It's an example that it's high tech. Every component is high tech, and yeah. That makes it difficult to...
Thanks, Carol. Yeah, indeed, it's just to wrap up that there are amazingly increasing number of regulations which are being put for quantum technologies, both from the quantum computing side and the quantum internet side, and we have problems or questions being raised for the supply chain and for the actual machine itself as well, the usability and the IP protection around it. So it's a question which will come into turn into an answer in the coming years, and it will become more clear. So thanks, Carol, for the nice presentation. Let's thank the speaker. Yeah, and now we break for lunch, and we will meet again at 2:10. And yeah, see you then. All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back after the break. I hope you had some very good and invigorating conversations over lunch. And I would like to welcome our next speaker, Gabrielle from TNO, who would walk us through the quantum safe public key infrastructures. Yeah?
Thank you.
Here you go.
Thanks. Let's see, I'll move to this side. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back indeed. So let's see. Does it work? Yes, nice. Well, literally 2 words about myself. Well, that's my name. You can see it, Gabriele Spini. I work at TNO. I estimate 99% of you will know what it is, but it's the Dutch Organization for Applied Scientific Research. I'm a cryptographer, so you'll probably already think, well, we had a nice alternance this morning. Advances of quantum computing, then quantum computing bad, then advances of quantum computing, and I'm gonna go back to quantum computing bad. First, I want to start with something exciting because I'm not sure it's gonna work. Mentimeter. Okay. It's a non-technical question. Let's see if it works, if we can make this work. Which is, how tired are you? Are you back in shape after lunch, or does the digestion dip? Oh, I made it. I made it. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the good news for the people in the yellow block, actually, I don't think I have formulas at all. But still, you never know. Like, oh, nice! Like, a lot of people full of energy. Nice, cool. Okay, I think I have a good picture. Okay, that's nice. I can go to some details, I guess. I'm not sure I clicked. Okay, yeah. So indeed, so this presentation is about transition to quantum-safe public key infrastructures. I should have probably asked this on Mentimeter, but I can ask it now. How many people know what public key infrastructures are? Show hands. Oh, everybody. Is there somebody? Oh, nice. Then I can go actually quite fast on the first part. That's nice. Well, this first slide is also probably I can go over it. Oh. Oh, yeah, sure. Does it work better? Oh, nice. Okay. Sorry for the setup. Indeed, I'll start with asymmetric cryptography. I estimate here again, 99% of you know about it already. We also seen a little bit this morning in Simona's presentation what it is, so I'm going to go very fast over it just to set the stage. So again, asymmetric cryptography, aka public key cryptography. We have 2 keys. The secret key. Is the microphone still working? You can hear me? Oh, I see people coming. Okay, I'm gonna go on till they stop me. So secret key, you want to keep it to yourself. So that's your key. Don't share it with anybody. Protect it. Public key, you can share it with everybody you want. Just send it around. And you can do a lot of very nice things on asymmetric cryptography. I'm only going to mention 2. You can forget about all other things. One, asymmetric encryption schemes. 2 digital signatures. So again, there's more hidden in the dots. Probably some of you know already. Key establishment methods, key encapsulation methods, and so forth. But you can forget about this all. Let's focus on these 2. And once again, zooming in, you know this already, so I can go fast. Well, encryption, oh, that's very nice. You know a person named Alice. You have their public key, okay? You can encrypt a message and send it to them. And the thing is, only Alice can decrypt with her own secret key. Digital signatures, well, similar idea, but then for authentication. If you have a public key of this person, Alice, you can verify any data that is signed by her, digitally signed. And only Alice can, in fact, produce such a digital signature that you will accept with the public key. Okay, that's nice. So up to here, I guess everybody knows it. Probably also for a couple of next slides. And here's where PKI is coming into place. That's probably for the few people in the room who don't know it, or at least that's my view on it. Say the core question here is, okay, so say that you have this public key from Alice. Then you can do all these nice things, encryption, digital signatures. But how do you know that the key you have is actually from Alice? So now in this example, it sounds a bit silly because if it's a person, well, you know them, you can exchange it. But of course, in real life, Alice is not, well, might be a person, but more typically will be some IT system, say a website, or say some electronic instance or your bank you're connecting to. So you need some sort of assurance that the public key that you're going to use for a public key protocol is actually the one it is intended to. Because if it's not the one of Alice, but it's the one of some hacker, then you're actually encrypting data that only hackers can decrypt, and you don't want that. And of course, well, so you want to have this system to get the public key and be sure that it's the person it belongs to. And well, you don't want to exchange the public key in some, say, non-IT method. So you don't want to meet at the park in a secret spot and exchange these public keys because you want to use internet. So you want to do online banking, use your phones, your tablet, and so forth. So and there's public key infrastructures. And so let's see if you agree with the sort of definition I'm going to give, because actually I've seen 99% of you know what it is. If you don't agree, you can shout at me. Public key infrastructures. So I name them ecosystems because they really are not only cryptographic algorithms, but they're really a set of policies. They're typically a set of parties, procedures, software, and hardware. So really like different systems on different levels to accomplish several goals. If I had to forget all of them and remember only one, I will remember the one I mentioned. So linking a public key to an entity. Okay, I have a public key, say, to a website, and I can securely connect to a website. So you have a public key of an entity, I can establish a secure connection. But of course, we do much more than that. So in general, all the management of the keys in public key crypto systems is typically seen, say, defined to be part of a PKI. So in particular, you can certify the details of the usage of a public key with public key infrastructures. So the validity time, which cryptographic schemes you're supposed to use the key with what parameters, when you should stop using that, and so forth and so forth. So actually much more. Big part of it also, of course, manage the revocation of keys which you're no longer supposed to use, maybe they've expired because they're compromised or any other reason. You can also, well, not only certify keys, so linking a key to an entity, but certify the identity of a certain person. And that we see much more and more these days with all the, say, digital government application, where you sort of authenticate, yes, I am citizen X, therefore I can fill in my tax declaration or ask for some benefits and so forth. And much more. I mean, also like they're called public key infrastructures, but they actually also manage secret keys, typically of public key crypto systems. So let's say they're actually quite large systems that manage these keys. And so far, checking the audience if you all agree or if you say, no, this doesn't make any sense, but I don't see, I think I'm doing okay. Okay, I'm also going to go quickly through this part because, again, I think most of you know it already. Well, the core concept we work with is a certificate piece of data which says, well, blue key belongs to blue person, Alice, signed by green party with a green key, which of course raises the question, well, how do I know that the green party actually owns that green key? Well, that's how PKI works, and they work in different ways. So one example is the Web of Trust, PGP. Nowadays, I will claim it's a fairly niche application. So it's nice and cool because you also see how it works in first person, so you can actually sign other people keys. So that's very nice. But typically, it's more than a curiosity, but also not, I will say, a capital piece of today internet infrastructures. Way more common, arguably more important, is the hierarchical trust. So in this case, well, the thing is, you will directly trust somehow some keys to belong to some identities. Say, okay, well, that green key, somehow I close my eye and say, okay, I trust that belongs to green identity. And those identities you call the root certificate authorities. And the idea is every certificate authority can sign the public key of another authority. And when they sign it, actually, they do a little bit more than what we said. So they don't only say, yeah, blue key belongs to blue person, they also vouch for a public key authority, for a certificate authority. So you have this chain of trust, which you can like climb up until the root. And then you're happy that somehow you can be sure if I have a certificate of this person signed by a certificate authority which I trust, I can use public key cryptography. Okay, so far so good, I hope. Okay, and well, you know already what they are, so I don't even need to tell you this. But even if you had to explain to somebody who has no idea what PKIs are, well, the thing is, PKIs typically are transparent to, say, an end user. Well, say like an average citizen. They don't really see them. With, I would argue, one notable exception, which is the lock icon of HTTPS. So normally I typically present that for people who are not familiar with that. Which means, well, you have made a secure connection to a website. Here I'm a little bit simplifying things, because if you use TLS, well, you actually do a key establishment method, so it's not exactly that you're using. So it's a bit more complex than this, but say in essence, you made a secure connection to a website, and you're sure that that's the website you want to connect to because there's a valid certificate. Okay. And well, as you might have deduced right now, nowadays PKIs are a pretty much fundamental system in enabling asymmetric cryptography, which means pretty much enabling well, the internet and a lot of electronic systems and infrastructures. So they're used in a lot of different things. Well, we name a website to name one, but there's much more. So e-government, for instance, validating your identity when you use an electronic service of your government. Financial services, different systems that need to speak with each other, and so forth. So the list is actually very, very long, so long that actually I have not tried to make an exhaustive list here. I only made examples. Okay, nice. And now enters quantum. So I do want to apologize for having a picture of a cat here. I'm sorry, it's probably not very serious, but I have two good reasons for that. Number one, so I was actually looking for a picture of a quantum computer with the chandelier we heard about. And I thought, wait a minute, maybe there's a copyright on those pictures, so I shouldn't show it in an event which is also streamed. And I didn't really have time to look for a copyright-free picture, so I decided, well, a cat, Schrodinger's cat. So that makes sense. It's a cat in a box, indeed. And number two, I also hope that like humans have some sort of like emotional connection with cats. So I hope that it'll keep your hormones flowing and keep you excited and awake, and you'll be willing to see the rest of the presentation. I hope this is not gonna destroy my credibility, but let's see it. Okay, and there's quantum computing. Well, at this point, I probably don't need to say it, but quantum computing, say, or a large enough quantum computer, well, it's gonna break pretty much all currently used asymmetric cryptographic systems. We've seen this morning, and you probably maybe even knew already. And of course, this affects PKIs as well. And it affects them in, I will say, in two essential ways. Number one, well, of course, it breaks the security of the systems that use PKIs to manage their keys. So you're using PKIs to certify, okay, I can use that public key and then use it to encrypt. Well, that encryption is no longer secure. That's one. But of course, well, the functionalities themselves of PKIs, so say, for instance, assigning a certificate, well, those also are no longer secure. So with a quantum computer, you could, for instance, issue false certificates, forged certificates. And now, of course, the two aspects are very much related. So if you have to consider a migration to quantum-safe PKIs, well, you cannot really forget about all the applications that are going to use PKIs. You have to take those into account. So like the two aspects are quite related, but also, well, say, not exactly the same. Okay, and let's also zoom in on the challenges. So let's make it a bit more explicit. So what's the state we have right now? Well, as we also seen this morning, well, we do have some quantum-safe substitutes for cryptographic building blocks. Well, there are candidates yet. There are no finalists according to the NIST competition. But we also see in the NIST competition, it's not like the smoothest process in the world. So it's not going to save our life entirely. And even if it were, I mean, that's still, I mean, that's not the end of the story. Because indeed, as we've seen in particular this morning, it's not that you can, like the drop-in replacement of currently vulnerable system with quantum-safe one. Well, that's a bit hard to claim that's going to be painless, because typically in terms of performance, quantum-safe systems do worse, quantum-safe encryption schemes or digital signatures, and that might have an impact on your system. So, for instance, think of things like, well, okay, like maybe like the time you take to sign, it's longer, your signature gets bigger, therefore your certificate gets bigger, and so forth and so forth. So, of course, it's a complex thing. Not to mention the fact that NIST indeed doesn't directly standardize in the post-quantum calls some other public key systems like key establishment methods. Now, luckily for us, so NIST is not the end of the story. So in the cryptographic community, people are already thinking, wait, for instance, TLS, which uses PKIs, that's not going to be broken. Well, it's not that everybody's waiting on NIST. There's research going on its own. But also what you see, so some protocols like TLS, which you use to secure connection to website, they receive a lot of attention. So actually there's quite some research done on that, some prototypes, evaluations, and so forth. Other protocols, they did receive some attention, like VPNs. There have been some experiment on quantum-safe VPNs, also for SSH, which used to log in remotely into machines. But you see, like the order of attention they got is decreasing. So like TLS, plenty of attention, VPN and SSH some. and other protocols a bit more like more niche protocols where see less and less and less attention. So it's not like everything is known and studied here. There's a starting point, but well, we still need to progress. And also, some other part I'm going to highlight is which systems are affected by this need to migrate to quantum safe PKIs. Well, number one, well, typically, say at least systems that use systems whose keys are managed by PKIs, well, your everyday, say, general purpose device, PC and smartphones and so forth. Okay, that's one. And the situation there is, well, so these are normally decently flexible systems. So say if you have some degradation in performance of your cryptographic algorithms, that shouldn't be a disaster for these systems, depending on how bad the degradation is, of course. But they're also like relatively flexible. I mean, all in all, they are general purpose systems. PKIs are then also used in servers, which have even less problems in terms of flexibility and performance. Typically have very good specification that can be quite flexible. But also typically for servers, you have very high demands. So the thing is, even if you have some moderate degradation of the efficiency of a scheme, for a server that, for instance, needs to issue like a lot of signatures in an hour, that can start to be problematic. So like here, so you have high specs, but also high demands. And then you also have what I call here, well, the specialized hardware. So like maybe embedded system or some other small devices which are meant to actually, well, say, connect or manage some other physical system. And then typically you have the opposite situation. So maybe they don't need to do a lot, but they're very, very rigid and very, very limited. So even if you increase, let's say, your key size just a little bit, that could already be out of bounds. And they're also typically quite rigid in terms of architecture. So you cannot just install whatever you want in those systems. It's a bit more rigid. And well, the difficult part, well, PKs like prealloy pretty much in all of these systems. So you find them pretty much everywhere. So you might be talking about very different things and very different requirements when you talk about quantum safe PKIs. And well, I mentioned them briefly, and you can also imagine a bit. Indeed, like the changes are various. Well, the big one, say, is the certificate size, which is might gonna change if you're using a quantum safe algorithm, and of course also the specification. So, say right now certificates like typically follow certain standard, say X509. I'm getting a 5 sign. I hope I have 5 minutes and I'm not 5 minutes late, but should be good. Should be good. Well, then, of course, the signing performance, how fast you are in signing something, verification, how fast you are in verifying a signature, key size, and so forth, so forth. So there are plenty of aspects to be considered, and not even here considering the aspects of application that use PKI, so like encryption and so forth. And then one extra challenge is also given by hybrid systems, which you might want to consider, actually, which we typically want to consider, which are systems which encompass both a quantum safe and a classical non-quantum safe part. And of course, all these like sort of doubles because you have to do both, essentially. We'll see. Okay, and well, one more thing I want to mention before going to the title of my presentation, which was this Hapkido project. It is so, at least I see PKIs as ecosystems, which means well, okay, you need to substitute the cryptographic building blocks and functionalities, okay, that we know. But you also have plenty of entities you need to convince to migrate to quantum safe cryptography. So while this you have it often in public key cryptography, it's not only PKIs, but here you see it like really like there's really like a lot of different parties that need to agree on this transition. So transition is here not only a technical thing, but also like a managerial thing. So you need to convince parties and decide who's going to take the first steps. There are also regulations, so you might have that like some parties might need to change regulation, even laws about that, and more like for software, hardware, and I'm not gonna go into the details of that, but say there are a lot of different aspects you need to look at, which are not only the technical ones, which justify why I don't have formulas in here, because I want to try to look at the broader picture. Well, this is pretty much what I said, so I think I can skip it. I'll come back to hybrid systems, so I'll skip this part. Okay, and now I'm excited because it's a second Mentimeter question of the day. Oh, okay, let's see. And the question is if you already know of initiatives for quantum safe PKIs, so not quantum safe cryptography in general, but quantum safe PKIs. I'm going to present Hapkido if you don't remember. Oh, somebody know about it already. Thanks. Okay. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Good to know. Nice, nice, nice race. Good. Looking forward, because indeed, I'm going to present one initiative for a transition to quantum safe PKIs. But it's important to stay connected on this indeed. So as I said, this is a complex, very broad matter, and the more you're interconnected, the more successful you can be. So I'm very happy to see people in the pink and red segment. Let's catch up also later as well, or during question. Okay, I'm gonna move on. Let's see. Oh, and it works, flawless. Okay, so I think I probably have now something like 2 minutes. So I'm gonna speed it up. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Okay, so I don't need to sprint. Okay, I'm going to present Hapkido. Indeed, what does Hapkido mean? Well, it's actually a nice acronym that makes sense. So it's Hybrid Approach for Quantum Safe Public Key Infrastructure Development for Organizations. And it's its real name. So Hapkido is a Korean martial art. I think sort of like Korean variant of Aikido. So I'm actually quite happy with the acronyms. And you see much worse than this. It's a Dutch project essentially, so it's funded by the National Research Organization, NVO, through last year's grant. It's a 5-year project, and there are 7 parties in the consortium. I'll talk about them later. But first, I want to give some more content before I talk about the project in its form, and it's the H, so the hybrid part. It's a part I want to highlight. So H stands for hybrid. And the thing here, we believe that especially for PKIs, say switching in one go from classical cryptography to post-quantum cryptography, well, that's probably not really feasible. So the thing is there are just too many parties involved, too many systems. Some of them are easier to upgrade, some are really, really hard to upgrade. So it's not really feasible in one go from day 1 to day 2 to go from quantum vulnerable to fully quantum safe for everybody. So the thing is, for a while, oh, and also one more thing I wanted to mention, indeed, before I forget. So there's also a feeling that while we probably don't understand as much on the security of many post-quantum algorithms as we know on the security of the classical ones. So you also heard it this morning, some say last minute and somehow worrying results on the security of some of them. So some people may understandably not be very willing to immediately transition to these post-quantum schemes and say, okay, we're secure. So these two things together imply that typically we will want to go for a system which is uses both classical cryptography and post-quantum one. And how exactly? Well, the idea is that you have this system, this hybrid system. Say you are interfacing with a legacy party, so a party which has not transitioned yet, or a system that hasn't transitioned yet to quantum safe cryptography. You can somehow ignore or not use the quantum safe party, sort of discard it. But when possible, so if you're interfacing with a party or a system that can do that, you'll use both components. And now the thing is, if you're designing it properly, so what we want for hybrid systems, this should be secure as long as at least one of the 2 components is secure. So if another unexpected flaw turns out to be there in some post-quantum scheme, but your classical one is still secure, then you will be secure until a quantum computer arrives, and then you need to rely your security on the post-quantum part only. Now, however, so if you look around, well, we're not the first one to think about and talk about hybrid security. Sometimes you do find contradicting advice on it, because, well, these are the reasons why you should go for it, and we believe we should. But there are, however, some caveats or some parts which make it tricky or hard, or sometimes even not recommended by some organizations. Well, on the first hand, theoretically, so on the point of view, say, on the mathematics, how we prove security, typically these hybrid systems are not completely mature. So sometimes there are some gaps in the security proofs of the mathematical security proofs of them. And, well, say, opinions vary on how bad it is, but say there's still some work to be done there. One other big part is, of course, your attack surface increases. So now you have sort of 2 systems to manage. So you have 2 systems which might have flaws, which might be exploited. So that's also not a completely nice part, which you should be aware of if you go with hybrid systems. And, well, of course, in terms of management, well, I mean, this does get more complex. So you have 2 systems. Sometimes you have to use one of them, sometimes both, and how exactly you should combine them both. I mean, the story does get a bit more complex. So say there's not only good parts in the hybrid part. That being said, I'll present a little bit of a form of Hapkido. Well, maybe one thing first you might have noticed. So I was talking mostly of, say, problems and staying very generic. That's also because we sort of just started. So that started 6 months ago. So I don't have yet nice formulas and results and demonstrators to show you. But stay tuned. I'll soon say more. First, a party. Well, we have parties for cryptographic research. So the fundamental one, we also still have security proofs, which are lacking right now. And that's CWI, the Dutch National Center for Mathematics and Computer Science. But an important part, as I hope you will now grasp, is also the governance part. So who should move first? Who should take an initiative? Which organs should decide, okay, let's move where? Where does the decision come from? And that will be studied by, is being studied actually by the TU Delft. And their corresponding department. We also have Microsoft on board, which can help in very different ways. One thing I'm mentioning here is moving to higher TRL. So when we have first prototypes, moving to more mature prototypes. KPN is also participating. Now KPN actually does and can contribute in a lot of ways in terms of PKIs. I'm going to mention two things. Well, KPN is also a trust service provider, so they're also involved in PKI management. But you also have a test lab where you can sort of like build your own pet network and test if it still works with quantum safe systems. And then we are part of the Dutch government, in this case, Logius, we're part of, the digital governance branch of the Dutch government. Very, very important in this case. We have a company that actually has PKIs as one of their, core business activities. It's actually a provider of digital identification and signing services. And last but not least, TNO, so that's where I work on. We're in charge of the coordination of a project and of the development of a proof of concept, so first implementation of it. I might be going over time, but maybe I'll just very quickly say where I am and I'll try to conclude. So once again, we started 6 months ago, which sounds, oh, well, 6 months, you've probably done something already. Well, yes, we did. But also the first phase is always typically quite difficult. And so, you want to establish good contacts, figure out exactly who's going to do where, coordinate. That always takes time. You also want to start gathering requirements. So being very generic here, we're trying to be more specific. Okay, well, the digital, certificate will increase in size, how bad it is, how big can it be for a given application, and so forth. We're also trying to get in touch with similar projects. Indeed, we hope, we think coordination here is going to be essential for the success of this project. We've been busy with our societal impact assessment. It's almost ready. The first preliminary results. And the study of challenges for some specific sectors for PKIs. And then, well, very briefly mention the future before our timekeeper dutifully reminds me that I'm probably over time. Well, some of the important things I want to mention, not all of them. One, be more specific about societal impact analysis. That's quite important to convince parties for we need to migrate, as in we say, okay, crypto is going to be broken, but you can be much more specific in that. You can say much more what's going on wrong exactly at which points. And you also can analyze a bit the impact of the migration. So what's going to happen for society when you do migrate. Governance, so as I said, governance is a very important aspect, and say that which policies will need to be changed or to be updated, which parties should communicate to each other and coordinate on this, which decision makers should make the first steps and who should follow. Well, in terms of cryptography, the security proofs that we're talking about mostly revolve around the concept of combiners, so combining the classical and the post-quantum part. And then, well, of course, building the proof of concept, which is what we're striving for. That will be an iterative process. So we'll have like several proof of concept to showcase in the future, each version better than the previous one. And well, the dissemination and coordination, I'm doing some right now, but I look for indeed to stay in touch on this topic. Because indeed, well, it's already 7 parties in a consortium. That's quite large, but it's never large enough for such a topic. And with this, that's the end of my presentation.
Thanks a lot, Gabriel. I hope I didn't stress you out with the time limit.
Yes, I think I managed to stay calm.
That's great. Yeah, we would like to have some questions for you. Here.
Yes, please.
I see that you are talking here about parties that communicate to each other that have never met. And one big example is one that we do not see over the internet, which is a payment terminal and a smart card. I did not see anyone in your consortium who looks at that aspect of the problem. There are quite a
Can I get?
Yeah. I'll also restate the question for the audience who's following online. And the question is, well, I mentioned sometimes you need to interface with a party you've never met. In my example, Alice. And one example is indeed in financial services like a payment terminal, which needs to connect to a card. And the question is also, well, are then parties involved in this in the consortium? It's a good question. That's something we want to look at. So we don't have financial institutions in the consortium, but we do have in the valorization board. And as far as I'm concerned, for the valorization board, the more the merrier. Role of the valorization board, we say, well, we bring our results to the valorization board and they check, well, does this make sense? Is this relevant for me? So indeed, well, to keep the consortium manageable, we kept to 7 parties, but in financial services is within the scope of Hapkido, and yeah, we're also looking forward to enlarge it. So if somebody wants to be part of a valorization board, let's stay in touch.
All right, thank you. Do we have another question? Right, I would like to ask, it was very interesting that you're trying to prepare like what would be the societal impact and it's important at this stage. And could you tell us a little bit about what aspects of application of PKIs would your project focus on, like Hapkido?
Yeah, so we were still in the process of selecting good ones. Say the 4 domains we have that are part of a project proposal, so that we sort of have to. So one is the financial, which I mentioned. One is the e-government sector. Then we have telecommunications and the healthcare domain. So as you notice, they're all very, very large. So we're in the process of like finding the first concrete use cases within them. Probably gonna start with something easy, which is the signing of documents. Should be like a first, like moving a first easy step before moving to something bigger. But say these are for now like the 4 core sectors we want to focus on.
Great, thanks. Yeah, it was very interesting to hear that the hybrid is very important for transitioning, and it's important to focus on that aspect. Great. So, thanks a lot for the very interesting presentation, and let's thank the speaker.
Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you. So, Itam, before we begin with you, we have some questions for the audience. So, I hope it was a very engaging presentation for you, and to make it a little bit more fun, so we have few other Menti questions. All right. So, do you have cryptocurrencies getting to know each other? Oof. Interesting. So everybody believes that everybody else needs to know because, oh, we have one yellow. Yeah. Oh, we have different opinions. Yeah, indeed. I don't have that. This is very interesting. 23 in a room full of people from who are interested in seeing the impact of it.
Shall we just skip the presentation then?
All right. So let's see what we have next. Oh, that went fast. Oh. Okay. All right. So the ones who did have some, this is for you. All right. So there are some people who are worried. So Itan, we have reasons for your presentation still. Okay. Thanks all. And I give the floor to Itan now for the presentation. There you go.
Thank you, Soumya. I asked you to have a microphone because I'm losing my voice a little bit and I want to spare you all the coughing. And I will also stay here to get a sip of water once in a while. I want to start with a disclaimer. As you look at the title of this presentation, I want to make sure that everyone is on the same page here. Stealing is a criminal activity. We do not endorse any criminal activities at Deloitte. And the only reason for this presentation is to raise awareness for this topic that we believe is very important. Some of you might not. And if everything goes well and we learn how to solve this problem, then hopefully nothing will get stolen. So if we get this out of the way, we can actually start. So a bit of context how we got to this topic. I started at Deloitte about 3 years ago. By training, I'm a physicist. I did my PhD on the other side of the street here at the Free University in experimental physics. And then after my PhD, moved to cybersecurity. And as I said, 3 years ago, started at Deloitte. We have a very well-established cybersecurity team of about more than 250 people. And when I started, people started asking me also because of my background in physics about the impact of quantum computers on cybersecurity. Besides these two topics, we also have at Deloitte a very well-established blockchain team. And in discussions with them, they also started asking me, what's going to happen? How is that going to impact us? And I didn't really know, so we started diving into that. And 3 years later, we published 2 blogs. It's a little bit small, but if you're interested to read it, then come to me later, or you can just Google it. And I can tell you that it turned out to be a fascinating topic. And I hope that in this presentation, I'll be able to convince you that this is indeed more interesting than what you would think to start with. So the basics, and I will skip this slide because you've seen it twice already. You know that you need to keep your private key private. You know that you can publish, or you should publish, your public key to everyone. And you know that the villain in our story is Peter Shor, who came with this, his brilliant algorithm. And I recommend everyone to look into that because it's really, it's a beautiful algorithm, but the application of it is, bad for a lot of people. I can imagine that cryptographers have his picture above their bed, throwing darts at it. Sorry?
Pays our salary indirectly. So.
Right. Well, it's exciting to be a cryptographer today, right? Okay, so this is basically public key cryptography. Now the question, how do we use this in blockchains and specifically cryptocurrencies? So in cryptocurrencies, just like in traditional banking, you need an account number. In blockchain, that is called an address. And you need access to this account, just like you have a PIN code for your mobile banking. And that is a secret, so a private key in this case. And as opposed to traditional banking, where the connection between the PIN code and your account is, it's managed by your bank, here it is used by public key crypto. So your secret is your public key, your private key, and your address is actually equal to the public key. And they're connected in this one-way relationship. And one thing that I should have said in the previous slide, what Shor's algorithm actually does, people say that Shor's algorithm breaks encryption. It doesn't really. What it does, it breaks this one-way relationship between the private and the public key. So we have this, and as we saw in the previous slide, our villain comes again, and basically what he says is, if I know your public key, I can derive your private key and then steal everything. Just like in traditional banking, if you could take your account number and derive the PIN code from it, which is obviously a bad thing. If this was the whole story, I would probably not stand here. This story would not be that interesting, but there is actually an additional layer to this story. And that layer is the following. This is just one address scheme. There is a second one. And you see that it's pretty similar, but there's one difference. And the difference is that your address is no longer the public key, but a hash of a public key. Maybe by raise of hands, do I need to explain what hashing is? Okay. Good. So, hash is a one-way function, and this means that if you have my address, you cannot derive my public key. So I think it's pretty much understandable for everyone here, but the main message is public keys are not always public. And when you realize that, then there is a whole beautiful and interesting story that comes out of it. So when you look at this, then okay, so this scheme is safe, because if I have coins on this address, then if you cannot implement Shor's algorithm, then we're all fine. But that's not enough, because when you actually want to make a transaction and spend these Bitcoins or whatever, you create a transaction and you sign it with your private key. But then the miners and the nodes of the system, they need to verify it. In order to verify it, they need your public key. So what actually happens in a cryptocurrency transaction is that within the transaction detail, you actually publish your public key. So public keys are not always public, but at the moment that you create a transaction for the first time, you publish your public key. And let me get a sip of water. So this is, it's interesting behavior, and it leads to two types of attacks, and we'll go over them one by one. The first one we call the storage attack, and that is basically how many coins are stored in vulnerable addresses. So these addresses are either the ones in the previous slide above, where the public key is the address, or addresses that have been used already at least once to send coins. And this is a beautiful aspect of blockchain technology in general, because the blockchain is public. So you can download it from somewhere and just do an analysis. And this is what we did. We did this analysis for both Bitcoin and Ethereum. And these are the results. So let's go over it one by one. First of all, for Bitcoin, there are all kinds of lines there, but the only two that are relevant are the green one, which is the total number of coins in circulation, and the dotted, the dashed red line. And these are vulnerable coins in vulnerable addresses. To go over it quickly, from the beginning of Bitcoin in 2009, people used the address scheme, the above address scheme, that everything is vulnerable, and you can see that at the beginning. And then somewhere at the beginning of 2010, it was switched to the other. It's still possible, but people are using the second scheme. And interestingly, it remains more or less stable. So in total, now, we published this 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, 25% of all Bitcoins were vulnerable to, or were stored in vulnerable addresses. And it stays constant because there is best practice in Bitcoin that when you send a Bitcoin from a specific address, it actually sends everything out, so a little bit to where you want to send it, and the rest to a fresh address. So the reuse of addresses is, the best practice in Bitcoin is not to reuse addresses. And it has a very different reason. It's not for quantum security, it's for privacy reasons, but that's why the number of coins, and it's about 4.5 million, it stays constant. Now, there are not that many people here who like Bitcoin, but I guess 25% of all Bitcoins are vulnerable. How much is that in money? Throw a guess. That's true? Another estimate? Is what? Is the first wallet of Bitcoin vulnerable? Yes. About 1 million, yeah. So it's total of 4.5 million. So 4.5 million Bitcoins is about 200 billion US dollars. So if you think to yourself, is there money in quantum? Absolutely. And if you're looking for an incentive to build a large quantum computer, this is, well, I didn't say that. So this is Bitcoin. Now you would think that all cryptocurrencies would have the same issues. So we did the same analysis for Ethereum, and Ethereum started later, and you see that at the beginning of Ethereum 2015, all the initial coins were actually safe. And this is because in Ethereum, they started with the second address scheme, which is, per definition, quantum safe until you make the first transaction. Interestingly, here you see that the number of exposed or vulnerable coins actually increases. And this is because best practice in Ethereum is to reuse addresses. So you have a single address, and this is because of smart contracts, and I'm not going to get into that, but you reuse addresses. This is best practice. And you see that the percentage increases. So 2/3 of all Ether is quantum vulnerable. And again, a guess. How much money is 2/3 of the market cap of Ethereum? More or less than Bitcoin? Less. It's more. It's at the moment, I didn't check the price today, but it's about 250 billion US dollars. So only from the first two top cryptocurrencies, there is close to $500 billion US dollars that is in principle, if someone has a quantum computer today, and you saw from the previous speakers, there is not, half a trillion US dollars, right? That is a serious amount. So this is the storage attack. These are coins that have been, when you look at these graphs, these coins have been vulnerable for a long time already. But there is a second attack, because if you remember, when you make the transaction for the first time, that's when the address becomes vulnerable. And transactions in cryptocurrencies are not processed instantaneously. So you're here, you want to process a transaction, you sign it with your private key, and you broadcast it to the network. I want to get into all the, what miners are, but you broadcast it to the network and it needs to be processed. For Bitcoin, that takes something like 10 minutes. For Ethereum, it takes tens of seconds. And in that period of time, someone with a large enough quantum computer, it's being broadcasted. So someone can intercept it, derive the private key. Basically, having the private key means that he's the owner of the coins, and send it to his own safe address. So you're getting two competing transactions, and the question is, who wins? So there are all kinds of tricks that you can do to get priority, and this way, within this period of time, you can actually steal Bitcoins. And we call this the transit attack. At this point, I usually get a question that was asked a number of times, and that is, when is this going to happen, right? I'm not biting into that. I'm not giving any, estimations, any, speculations on when this is going to happen. I want to remind you all that, as a society, we've failed miserably in the past in predicting the future. So I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to try to do the same. Funny thing from the past few weeks, the Cloud Security Alliance, to raise awareness, actually started with a countdown. So according to the Cloud Security Alliance, in 8 years, and it's a little bit less than 32 days now, the quantum singularity is going to happen, and quantum computers will be able to break cryptography. What is this based on? I have no idea. I wonder if they do. So I'm not here to predict the future, but there is something, the way to look at it is a bit different. And I want to share with you, so what I believe we need to do is resource estimation. We know that we need about 6,000 logical qubits to break crypto. Error correction, all that stuff, what does that mean? So I want to share with you something that is really exciting to me, because this is results from literally last week. I'm collaborating with Mark Weber, who is an ex-colleague of Benno Broer, and they've worked together to do resource estimation from quantum chemistry, and we are now doing the same for this. So quickly, what this means, you see here on the y-axis, this is the time that it takes to implement Shor's algorithm, like how, processing time, and on the x-axis, how many physical qubits you need for this. And of course, there are a lot of variables here, error correction, how many physical qubits you need for a logical qubit, gate fidelities, a lot of things. This is all packed in these data sets. So the difference between these two is all the other parameters. And I won't get into that too much. I can tell you that this data set is what we believe today is possible with the quantum computer, not just today, but where it's going to go to. So the gate fidelities of where we think it's going to be, in the next 10 years. This one? So this is a different, so these two are different different values of gate fidelity and what kind of error correction you're doing. And again, this one is the realistic one. And this is a pretty, we're not sure we'll be ever able to get here. Exactly. So how should we read this? And then considering the storage and the transit attack. So for the storage attack, these coins have been vulnerable for a long time. So you see here, this is 1 day. If it takes you a whole day to implement Shor's algorithm, that's fine. So you sit around here. And this is 10 million qubits. So you need about 10 million physical qubits to implement this within a whole day. 10 million is very far away from the 10 to 100 that we have today, but it is, it's a goal. It's clear that with what we know today, 10 million qubits should be enough to implement the storage attack. But we also know what we need to do in order to mitigate this risk. So if we don't reuse addresses, which is not that simple to implement, but possible, then we can actually solve this. So at this end, when we have so many qubits, we actually know what we need to do in order to make this, to mitigate this risk. But now for the transit attack, we have a window of opportunity. And you have here the 10 minutes of Bitcoin and the tens of seconds for Ethereum. And you see that you need orders of magnitude more physical qubits in order to perform this attack. And maybe the most interesting part of this is that this is actually a hard stop. So with the calculations we have so far, and again, this is just preliminary results, there is a limit here. So no matter how many qubits you have, you won't be able to implement Shor's algorithm to get to the mining time of Ethereum. And this is very interesting because, if I don't want to get into too much details, but in principle, you can reduce the mining time of Bitcoin. And if you get it to lower of where we think quantum computers will get to, in principle, with a lot of disclaimers, cryptocurrencies can be immune to quantum attacks. So this is very, very interesting, and it's not published yet, but we're working on this to make it more solid and actually present these results at a later stage. Yes? What will be the effect of the new algorithm in Ethereum to proof of stake? Let's get to that at the end, if you don't mind. So a quick comparison, just to as a recap, the storage attack. It doesn't impact all coins, and we actually know what we need to do in order to mitigate this risk. Just a second, Ian. It has a low time constraint. It doesn't matter if it takes a long time, and we need millions of qubits. On the other hand, the other extreme, the transit attack, it's a much bigger problem because we don't, with the current algorithm, the elliptic curves, there's nothing we can do about it. But the quantum computer you need is much more complex and still questionable whether we'll ever get it so quickly that it can actually perform this attack. And when you look at this, you realize, and I didn't even talk about PQC so far, this is not just a technical problem. This is a governance problem. Because if you think about cryptocurrencies and the change that we want to implement in them, you need broad consensus. So, standardization, there is a centralized body that decides this is what we do, and then everyone does it. In cryptocurrencies, someone says we should do this, and there's the whole discussion that takes years. And deciding what to do here is going to be very difficult. Implementing it is going to be as equally difficult. So really important to realize this is not just a technical problem, it's also a governance issue. But let's say everyone agrees and ECDSA is dead because TLS is going to work differently, so no one is going to trust this algorithm, and we want to move to PQC. So try to put yourself in the shoes of a core developer, and this gentleman over there is one of the core developers of Bitcoin. And this is a tweet from a couple of years ago. So you need to realize that Bitcoin has very unique requirements. Its verification needs to happen very quickly because you aggregate a lot of transactions and you need to verify them. And the size of the keys and the signatures are also very important. The blockchains are already very much inflated, and to make them even bigger is going to be a big issue. So Simona, thank you very much for this table. You've seen that earlier today. I had a slightly different version of it, but this is actually nicer. Mostly the color coding makes it very, very easy. So we have here, this is a NIST curve. Bitcoin and Ethereum work slightly differently, but it's just as a baseline. I stripped off RSA because it will break. So we have the NIST finalists, we have the alternatives, and we have some others. And if you put yourself in the shoes of a Bitcoin developer, which one are you going to use? And as I said, verification is extremely important, and this is just one. So Rainbow is 12 times, this variation of Rainbow is 12 times slower. So, a long story short, these ones are out of the question. So from all the algorithms that we have, we are basically left with 3, and you see that Dilithium and Falcon have very comparable parameters. So I would say that Falcon and XMSS are the candidates. But even these 2 candidates, the public key and the signature together is more than an order of magnitude larger than elliptic curves. And the question is that going to work? Can specific blockchains actually take this performance hit? And XMSS is somewhat smaller, and the verification is also comparable, but it is worse. And a lot of blockchain projects, they're already the limit of how fast they can go. And that is a big problem in adoption. And taking this performance hit can be a very big issue for blockchain. So the transition, even if we know where we need to go, it's really unclear whether we'll safely transition to quantum safe blockchains. So to look at what's already out there, quickly, Bitcoin, as I said, Bitcoin at the moment, there is nothing published on making any plans to move to PQC. Ethereum, there are some publications, but it's not, they're not really doing much about it. I think there is so much money involved in these cryptocurrencies, doing something that either, if you implement Rainbow, and then something happens like 2 weeks ago, that's you don't want that. So they're basically waiting. There are a number of projects, Titecoin and Nexus, and QRL, the quantum resistant ledger. This is their unique selling point. But these are, very, not many people know these cryptocurrencies. So the traffic there is also very limited, and they don't go through the stress testing that we need in order to see whether this will actually work. And there is a great lesson to learn here from, I know there are not a lot of cryptocurrency fanatics here, but IOTA is a fairly known cryptocurrency, and they underwent this transition. So they became quantum safe. But then without everyone noticing, they rebranded the whole thing and moved back to classical cryptography. And the reason for that was that there was an implementation mistake there that made the whole thing vulnerable. So you realize that creating change, in cryptography in general, the 2 cryptographers here, if it's not broken, don't fix it. We don't like to change things because if it works and it's secure, then don't touch it. And doing something like this, and apparently in IOTA doing it the wrong way, can lead to a lot of problems. So to conclude this presentation, I hope that at least what I achieved, no matter if you like cryptocurrencies or not, this is a fascinating topic. Even today, every time I talk to the specialists in my team about this, we come up with new things every day. And what I told you, the work we're doing now on the resource estimation, it's fascinating. I don't think you can construct such a problem this way, even if you came up with it yourself. And on a little bit of a more serious note, again, no fanatics here on cryptocurrencies. If someone builds a quantum computer today and all cryptocurrencies are destroyed, a lot of people are going to be very disappointed and will lose a lot of money, but will survive. If things are going the way they're going now, in 10 years from now, there will be a sizable part of the economy that depends on these cryptocurrencies or blockchain projects in general. And if we get closer to that and then realize that it's all going to collapse, that's going to be a pretty sad story. So if you're asking me, it's really clear what we need to do. And the first step is to understand this problem better. The solution is far away, but at least we need to start planning. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ethan. I think that was a really, really nice presentation. Also, the graph you showed about there is a hard stop, about a billion of qubits. And I'm sure there are more people asking, wanting to ask great questions. So yeah, go ahead, please.
Hi. So thank you for your presentation. Now, the premise is that there is this $500 billion prize pool that's there for the first person with a sufficiently strong quantum computer. Now, suppose we can even build that thing before either of these cryptos goes quantum safe. Wouldn't then the entire crypto community see this coming, and then those coins would drastically lose their value and be worth pennies?
People are following the Satoshi coins, the coins from the beginning of Bitcoin, and the moment one of these coins is going to move, whether by Satoshi himself or by anyone else, a thief, it's going to destroy the market. So yes, if someone steals a single Bitcoin with a quantum computer, it will completely destroy everything. That's why I'm saying that the value of $500 billion US is just a number. It doesn't mean much. No one will steal so much money with this. But if we get closer, so let's say, and that's not going to happen, but let's say there is great innovation and we know in 1 year from now it's going to happen, people are going to start running in panic. And when you rush to something, then you make mistakes. And that's what I'm saying is this is far in the future. I'm not giving a timeline. 10 years is definitely a possibility. It doesn't mean that we should wait 9 years before we start acting. Definitely because it's from the governance perspective such a big problem, and technically it's also not clear what we need to do. So it's not about the money and this money being stolen. I would say it's even more. With a single Bitcoin stolen, all the market cap is going to be go to zero.
Do you think that any proof of work crypto could conceivably go quantum secure, considering that the mining cost would go up so much that it just wouldn't be worth it anymore and people would just bail out?
So mining is a different story.
Just from the electricity perspective, the power requirements.
This has nothing to do with.
I know, but still.
So that's a different. There are so many open questions about Bitcoin in general, and I don't want to get into that. Bitcoin only exists now for 12 years. We're talking about a horizon that is longer than how long Bitcoin already exists. So that's difficult to say. It's just another aspect that needs to be taken care of, and power consumption is much more an immediate problem, so we should definitely focus on that and not ignore these things while making Bitcoin quantum safe. But focusing on one thing doesn't mean you need to completely ignore the other.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, we have another question there.
Very nice talk, thanks. I have a technical question. You mentioned that there was a time limit that you have to be faster than the mining speed. But that I didn't understand, because I thought you have to be faster than the transaction speed. And mining is only done once when you create a Bitcoin, but I'm no Bitcoin expert here. So,
So
maybe
mining is actually the processing of Bitcoins. And in that process, yeah, mining is the process of transactions. And the outcome of it is that also a piece of new Bitcoin is created and given to the miners. So it's about processing.
Okay, thanks.
Not the creation of that small part of Bitcoin during that process. Yes, Jurjen.
Well, now this slide is up anyway. If the key length of, in this case, ECC changes, does the graph move sideways, up, or diagonal? Oh, sorry. If the key size changes of ECC, actually of any algorithm that is susceptible, does the graph move sideways, up, or diagonal?
Let me think for a second. With the disclaimer that we'll talk about this in the break, I think it will move like this. To the right. Yeah. But I need to think about that. I even think that it will go to the right and up, but it's a tough question. Thank you. I didn't expect anything different from you.
Yeah, it's also difficult to project at this time what's going to happen in the future. Do we have another question? All right, we have one here. Yes.
I will go on where the other one left. If you have a quantum computer powerful enough to break the encryption, I don't think it would be easy to really get hold to the bitcoins in this case, because you also need to mine again. Because when the first transaction is sent out, or the total amount of transactions are sent out, and you want to break those, because in transit time you need to you need to break encryption in 10 minutes, but the block is already built. So the miners who are before you doing the old calculations, mining the block, are actually in advantage of you, because you have to mine the new transactions which need to be put in that new block as well.
Yeah, I think I understand what you mean.
And then you would have a double spend and it would be invalidated.
So it's about creating a new transaction within the same block. So before the original transaction is mined.
Yes, so if you do that, you really have to be on top on the mining as well.
Yeah. Well, the mining, the miners get two transactions. It's indeed a double spend. Well, it's not a double spend. It's a double attempt to spend. And the miners will, choose one. So if they, and it gets to your technical discussion, so maybe we can talk about it later, but they will have to decide which one. And if you, as the attacker, offer a higher fee, then you can get priority over the original one.
You will never be in the ordering of the transactions, because that selection is already done by the miner when he starts doing
not necessarily. No, so there is a mempool and miners just pick up transactions, but they don't do it in a specific order, because it's a broadcast. So if you can do it instantaneously, then for specific miners, your transaction will get there faster than the original one. So there is no, and that's the whole point of, I think. I
hear a partial solution as well.
That is?
By changing the scheme to involve something with ordering, which helps making his points be more to whatever the shared.
So do you mean that can be a solution? That is against the whole point of cryptocurrencies being a distributed system, ordering, who decides the order. That's the whole point of a decentralized system. So indeed, there are all kinds of solutions, but it's really against the whole logic of cryptocurrencies. So maybe cryptocurrencies will have to change drastically. The cryptocurrency fanatics, will they accept that? It's, again, a big governance issue.
Yeah, well, that could be the last question.
Okay, sorry to spoil the game again, or maybe I just have a stupid question. Here you addressed this from the perspective of the wallet, where there's crypto involved. But the mining itself is also an expensive operation to which quantum computing might, in my naive, distant, I was in the I don't use it perspective, actually change something a few orders of magnitude one way or another. So how does the quantum computer influence the cost of mining and thereby the dynamics of these ecosystems? Can you say something about that?
So you mean proof of work? Yeah. Yes. So I separate these two things completely, and I didn't see anything about proof of work, and that is by design, because it's confusing. Proof of work is done with hashing, and the impact on hashing is completely different. I personally, there is an impact, but you need so Grover's algorithm has only quadratic speed up. So the let's say processing power of a quantum computer in hashing is not that big. So you still need to win against all the other miners. And a comment that was made earlier about proof of stake. Moving to proof of stake is also not going to solve it, because you still need to broadcast transactions that are being processed in the blockchain in a different way. But there is still a timing issue, like the window of opportunity to perform this attack. So the mining itself and the proof of work and the energy consumption is completely separated from this whole story.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Ethan. I think, Ethan, your presentation does outline that all the applications have to try to become quantum ready, and we cannot ignore it, and we have to start working towards it. And with that, let's take a short break, 10 to 15 minutes, and we will see each other again. Yeah. Thank you. All right. So, yes. Yes, indeed, we are early. I'm also surprised. So we can finish 5 minutes early too then. All right, welcome back, everyone. And I hope you had a nice break. And we have our next speaker here, Pepin. And let's hear his talk. Pepin, the floor is yours.
Oh. Okay, so welcome everybody. Yes, my name is Pepijn Pinkse. I'm from the University of Twente. And I will tell you about physical unclonable functions or physical keys, something completely different for a moment, and what this has to do with quantum, especially quantum authentication. And given the background and the questions in this audience, I will also say a little bit about quantum computing with photonics. Okay, so what are physical unclonable keys? Well, you have all know this kind of keys that you use to open your door. Yeah? So this is a physical key. Unfortunately, not very safe, because if I show this to my locksmith, he already can copy it just by looking at it. Cryptographers found a modern solution of that. They call this physical unclonable keys, and these are keys that have the physical objects, but they have something uncontrollable in the manufacturing process. So even the manufacturer cannot make a second copy of it. And if this is possible, then you can, of course, it should also be easy to evaluate, otherwise it's a hassle. Then you can even make the properties public. It's still not possible to copy it. And a beautiful example is actually laser speckle by random multiple scattering. It's a mouthful, physics talk. If you shine a laser onto a piece of paper, you get this beautiful complex speckle pattern, spikkels in Dutch. And this is caused by laser interference. It's very complex, and the exact shape of this pattern depends crucially on all the individual scatterers in such a medium. So it's impossible to make another piece of paint, for instance, or a piece of paper that has the same speckles when illuminated in the same way. And this is therefore a very good example found out by Papu et al. From MIT in the early 2000s. A good example of physical unclonable keys. Okay, and there's this short movie that will explain you a little bit about how we do the quantum readout.
Keycard systems form an integral part of the security for many organizations worldwide. However, conventional authentication keycards are vulnerable to cloning. Quantum secure authentication employs the unique structure of a layer of nanoparticles, which is impossible to duplicate. A plane wave light pulse made of only a few photons is fired through a spatial light modulator. The modulated photons pass through a beam splitter onto the nanoparticle surface of the keycard. The modulated waves are internally scattered and reflected back in a configuration that depends on the incident wavefront and the position and shape of the nanoparticles. The reflected photons pass through a second modulator, which has been calibrated against the pattern of the first modulator and the keycard, turning the photons into a plane wave. This resulting plane wave is then focused by a lens onto a hole in an analyzer plate. A large enough fraction of the photons going through this hole and then being registered by the photon detector results in access being granted. If an incorrect keycard is inserted, the photons will not focus onto the analyzer plate and access is blocked. Only the correct combination of spatial light modulator patterns and nanoparticles results in a focused beam granting access. A hacker may attempt to fool the system by trying to measure the light pulse sent to the key and to generate the shaped photons expected by the readout device. However, with the original keycard being unclonable and the spatial light modulator possessing more permutations than there are atoms in the universe, the pattern in which the photons are sent cannot be guessed. Since it contains so few photons, measuring the shape of the modulated wave will also be hopeless, and an attack will be successfully prevented.
I hope that was clear. By the way, if you have questions, don't hesitate also to shout it during the talk. What do we use as key? Well, I mentioned paint. Well, obviously not paint powder, but fixated paint. So if you let a piece of paint dry out and let it become hard, then it will be a key, but it's still not ideal. I mean, it's still soft. It might be porous. So if the weather changes, the speckle patterns change. So it's not the ideal material. What we think is much better suited is this white ceramics. So we actually have a pattern together with shot glasses to make glass ceramics which are scattering a lot and durable and also temperature resistant. Last type of key is the biometric key. It's not really serious, but on the other hand, we've done experiments with milk teeth in the laboratory, and you can get speckle patterns out of it, and it's stable for weeks. Of course, milk teeth are death material. I have no idea how long teeth of actually living humans will last. However, this could even be an advantage. So think of showing your passport at the entrance of a compound, and then for the rest of the day you can open the doors by smiling. And so maybe there are some use cases where this is useful for a limited amount of time, but I think the alignment is an issue. So how far are we? We've created materials which are temperature insensitive, hard, durable, so I think that's solved. You need to position your key accurately with respect to the readout device. This was a challenge in the beginning, but we've recently patented a holder which is basically based on the holders of fiber connectors, which is proven technology, and that works. We talked with banks. when we came up with this invention many years ago, and the result of these discussions was, well, replacing credit cards or debit cards, that's not going to work. I mean, because the security is the limits of the security are not by the hardware, but by the user. So they said, we're not going to replace all the hardware by your nice work, but so I buy that. But there are other use cases. For instance, there are these hardware security modules, which are pretty expensive. Security is very important. They have keys to open them up, and there's a dance to actually replace keys in there. And so having to screw in a key in 1 second is not an issue there. So this might be a nice use case where this kind of quantum secure readout of physical keys might become important. And if you have any ideas about this, please come talk to me later on. So I always get this question, okay, nice. Can you prove it that you cannot clone these keys? Sorry, this is a technological example of assumption. I mean, I don't think I can make a second copy of such a well, basic random agglomerate of nanoparticles. Yeah, can you prove it? No, I can't. Okay, what I can do is I can try seeing how far we get if we try it ourselves by not copying it, because that's even harder, but making a random scattering medium twice. So this is just the same picture copied 2 times. But we thought, okay, what is the best way to make something which is intricately designed and small? Well, think of a 3D printer. And there are these companies that sell 3D printers based on direct laser writing, where you shine a laser with a very small focus, which is sub-micrometer size, into a polymer gel, and everywhere where the focus hits the gel, the polymer is developed, and you can make small things like, well, basically every piece of famous building has been recreated on micrometer scale. It's really small and nice. Can we make scattering media out of this? Oh yes, we can. So we make models, and for simplicity and for ease of writing, we make things made of rods. And then we wrote this with this 3D printer, and actually you see that we can produce cubes of the order of 10, 20 micrometer in all dimensions, and we can create them many times. However, if you look at the optical properties of these copies, then in the beginning they were not alike at all. You have to really control your production facilities and the parameters, and now we are at the position that if we want to make 2 of these cubes at the same time, which look optically the same, that seems to be just about possible. But if we try it the next day, it's already different because the dye changes, the laser power fluctuates. So this now brings me in an interesting situation that I can make by design very, very small things that act like keys. But if you want to make it really secure, I can. I just make something big and ceramic. If you take a cubic millimeter of ceramic material, there's no way I can copy that. I don't even have the design plan. No, they're different. So half of such a cube is a completely random design from the other half. And actually, this is unless you make a mirror copied structure. That's exactly the research I'm doing right now, because it's something you cannot make in nature, and then this has all kinds of optical peculiarities, but for security that's not good. Yeah. Well, having the ceramic good physical keys, you can do authentication, but you can also do authenticated communication. And this works in the following way. We have a laser pulses with only a few photons in there. We shape them spatially in a very complex pattern. This is, by the way, something especially non-physicists have to get used to, but also physicists, that you can shape 1 photon in a very complex picture. It's still 1 photon. This works. This is just quantum superposition, if you like. And we shaped it in such a way that after going through the key of pop, it will the photons will land in one of the yellow or one of the blue dots. And by picking random yellow and random blue dots is secure, because an attacker trying to read out what the shape of this complex wavefront is has no chance. There's only one photon. He can then never measure the entire picture. But by randomly sending zeros and ones, you can communicate a random key from Alice to Bob. And only Bob having this physical key can read it out. That's the beauty. Of course, the difficulty is that you need to be in proximity. My cryptographer colleague says, oh, this is remote readout because there's a distance between the sender and the receiver. So, oh, okay, 50 centimeters, 1 centimeter, I don't call this remote. So therefore, we came up with something else. And I said, well, it's not only in the spatial domain that you can shape photons, you can also shape them in time. And if you send a short laser pulse through a scattering medium, then some of the pathways through the material are long, some are short. And altogether, they will basically blur out your pulse into something which is long and complex. Always the same in the same way. And as this is a time reversal symmetry process, I can just reshape if I send in this pulse into the material from the backside, I get the short pulse out. So now I have a way of sending complex pulses with only one photon in there, or a few photons, via a single mode fiber to a receiver which is only able to read it if he has this physical key. So this looks then like in the following way. We shape a pulse with a shaper, send let's say blue pulses or yellow pulses through a standard fiber to Bob. Bob will have two detectors, and only if let's say the blue detector observes a short laser pulse, it will detect a 1. If the yellow one clicks, it will detect a 0. And this way we think we can do authenticated communication via standard fibers. This is actually part of to show this in let's say a practical environment with fibers already in the ground is a topic of some research we're doing right now. But the principle seems to work. Of course, you need to have a key that works in this way. Scattering media are pretty lossy for this, and they don't have the long time differences that you need to create to compress these pulses. So we're now actually building integrated optical chips. This is a chip for light. So all the red lines here are waveguides, we call them. So like for the wires for electronics, these are wires for light. And this is a complex network of which you design all these circles with a certain length. And this leads then to a certain optical spectrum, like the red curve over here, as a function of wavelength. We get something wild and complex. Every time we do the same measurement with the same chip, it's the same. So but if you look at the same system on the same chip, which has exactly the same specifications, but it's another instance, then you get the blue curve. And the reason is that the nanofabrication of these rings has some natural fluctuation. So this is another example of physical and clonable function. We are not able to make these ring resonate networks so well that the second copy of it is exactly the same. Actually, it looks completely different. You can quantify this by a correlation coefficient. So we think these small chips, they're not larger than the nail of my thumb, are very good examples of physical and clonable functions that we can read out with light pulses via a fiber network. Actually, this is a picture from the real chip taken from above. So you see shining too much light in, so otherwise you don't see anything. So all the rings that where light is leaking out is shown here. Okay, now I'll switch gear a little bit. Photonic quantum computing. Well, having this technology in Twente to make these complex chips for light, we can do something which touches on this topic. So what's nice about photonics, so there are actually two technologies nowadays that have shown a quantum advantage. So doing something, not particularly useful, but something that the classical computer cannot do. And that is boson sampling for the light case and circuit sampling in the superconducting transponder case. So Google was the first with the superconducting structures. The USTC group in Shanghai did an experiment with light, and actually this is a picture of the setup they used. This is huge. This is half this podium here full of optics, and they all have to be aligned. And it did just one thing, producing random samples of some random calculation. Not good for anything, but they could prove that it was not possible to redo this calculation on a classical computer. Actually, I think they had 50 photons, and they simulated with 25 photons on the supercomputer. And then the referee asked, why didn't you use more? Because the quantum advantage is only then if you cannot do it any longer on a classical computer, and it was considered the limit to be around 50 photons. So why don't you simulate then these 50 photons on a classical computer? And then it was silent for 2 weeks, and then the Chinese came back and said, well, no, we did it for 35 photons. This took us 2 weeks and 250,000 euro of computation time, and now we stop. So they've proven the point. And anyway, this setup is very complex, and you cannot change it. So the obvious way to go is to build everything which you see here on a very small integrated photonic chip, like we have in Twente. And then you do the following thing: you send in photons here, single photons indicated by these red dots. They go into this network that we hope that we can program. It will come out in these detectors. And while going through this network, entanglement builds up and the calculation can be done. Not the universal calculation, but a calculation. This is how our lab looks like. I'm not going to show any details, but there is a chip in there, which, if you open up the box, is an integrated photonic chip. So a few square centimeters of optical wires, if you like, that can be programmed. And this is a circuit that we can now build into this chip. So there are 20 inputs. It's a depth of 20 stacks. And the output, all the 20 wires come out again. And you can program any combination between any input with this chip. So it's really, if you, as a mathematician, you would say this is a unitary matrix that you can program completely. For the experts, if you send in 2 single photons, you will see these dips, what you call the Honger-Mandel dip, which is a proof that actually quantum coherence is preserved in this chip. Okay, so where are we? We have this programmable multi-channel low-loss interferometer. We've used it already to do nice science. So we did entanglement witnesses, analog simulations, quantum photothermodynamics, and this is one thing I like to show you a slide about because it's really cool, I find. It's about an old problem in quantum. So how quantum mechanics says the universe will evolve in a unitary way, and you can always reverse time and things should go back. Fine. Thermodynamics says, no way, time is only going one way. If you put a thermometer in your glass of water, you get a temperature. And if you mix cold and a hot liquid, it will never demix again. So that's what thermodynamics says. So these are 2 well-established theories in physics, and you cannot reconcile them. They're different views of the world somehow. Well, not really. Theorists say, well, almost all global quantum evolution actually does produce something which locally looks thermal, but there's entanglement with the rest of the universe, which you don't observe, but it's there. Can you show this in the laboratory? Yes. We created an experiment, used our chip, sent in single photons, and actually observed that locally, by looking at the photon statistics in one of the outputs, that this is becoming thermal. So this is one slide on the results, just because I like it so much. The square gray boxes are the thermal state predictions. We've created we've programmed in the chip a effective interaction, Hamiltonian if you like. We dial at a certain time, program this in the chip, and we send single photons in, and they come out in a distribution which, if the photons are quantum, they very much follow the thermodynamic prediction. And if you make them classical, or how you make photons which work quantum, how you make them classical, by just delaying them, and so you make them separate. They're distinguishable, and then they behave in a classical way, like marbles have different colors. And then they do not follow the predictions anymore. So this proves in the experiment that yes, you need quantum entanglement and indistinguishable particles to show this quantum thermodynamics. So quite happy it works. An outlook. We're also working on quantum communication. Actually, for the University of Twente, our nearest neighbor university is not in the Netherlands, but is in Germany. It's Münster. It's conveniently 80 kilometers away. So there seems to be a fiber connection between our two universities. So we're going to set up a QKD link, combining the techniques that we have in Twente, so for these highly complex chips, using many colors at the same time, wavelength division multiplexing, together with detector technology from Münster to actually build a high-speed quantum key distribution link between our two universities. Not yet done, but that's the plan for beginning of the year. So I'd like to thank my colleagues in Twente, also in the Free University of Berlin for theory support. If you want to know more about some of the work, you can find references here, and I thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Pepin. That was very interesting. Let's see if we have questions here from the audience.
Beginning?
Yeah. We have one question here. Okay. Please.
When you showed the physical keys, the physical photonic keys, are they vulnerable for example, scratching or something like that, and then you would lose basically your single key?
That's exactly the reason that we have built this. Sorry. Yes, so they are vulnerable for scratching, but in the same way as a DVD is. So if you have DVD, then the scattering happens in a layer which is a millimeter behind the transparent coating. So in this patented holder, we have actually the key sitting here, and it's connected to the outer world via a short piece of multimode fiber, a piece of glass. And the scattering happens at the backside, protected against scratches. And you shouldn't scratch the front surface too much, but it's hard glass, and it's protected by the holder. So I don't think that's an issue.
Right, thank you.
Can I ask
we
you
have
a
one
question?
question here. Yes, please.
Can you say something about how much is this an academic exercise? You said that you talked to banks and they were not that interested.
Yeah.
Do you see this changing in some industries?
Yes. So I mean, so we didn't have our business plan in order, if you like. I mean, obviously the credit cards is not a useful use case, but this I think is. And there's something else which, so hardware security models I think are really something. And also access systems to highly secure buildings, the IVD or some military labs. I mean, there the access security does pay out if you have that. In addition, I think there's a mistake we made is that we said, okay, we can do the readout in a quantum mechanical way. Yes, that works, but you don't have to. I mean, it's for many applications. It's for instance, think of using a passport, and in every passport you could put a grain of this key material in there, just a piece of ceramic. You characterize them, and you hand out passports with this ceramic. And if you like, you can read out the speckle patterns from this piece of ceramic and check that this passport is authentic. If you want to do it in authentic, it can be classical light. If you now want to do this in an automated fashion, like at the airport where there's no security guard anymore, then you want to protect yourself from somebody trying to fool the system with a camera and a computer. And then the quantum readout actually adds something. So that's in a two-step process, I think it would be nice to sell this to customers. So I'm still hopeful that we can get this to market. And it works. I mean, contrary to many of the quantum computers that are only work at the horizon. It already solves the problem now.
Right. Thank you. I have a follow-up question on that.
Yep.
What do you think is your biggest challenge in making other people interested in this technology? And it is very
That's very
fascinating.
good. Yes. Well, my biggest question is to find these use cases. I mean, that took just time. But just by talking to people, we found that there is such a thing as hardware security module. I didn't know 2 years ago. That and then finding the funding and also some people who would like to set up a company or existing companies that want to invest in this and build it.
All right.
Yep.
Thanks. Do we have another question? Yes, we have one more.
Hi, thank you for the nice presentation. So I had a question about the photonic quantum computer. So you said that some calculations could be done on it. Do you have any, let's say, functional algorithms that could be executed on it? Yes, maybe, for example, things like guns or something else, but...
I have one, and actually this is a point of concern. Okay, Bose sampling is producing random samples. Works is something a classical computer cannot do with this efficiency. But what is good for? Well, there's one thing, and that is you can use it to produce random numbers in a way that you can prove to the person who doesn't have this machine, who wants to have random numbers, you can prove that these random numbers came out of a genuine quantum device. So you can produce a certain class of certified random numbers. No idea how big the market is, but it's at least a problem which is useful, I think. Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, the hope is, of course, that you can map this problem to, let's say, optimization problems, traveling salesman, NP hard problems. But I haven't seen a fixed algorithm that is provable, working, and on this kind of hardware, and solving a useful problem yet. I mean, there are all kinds of expectations, but I also would like to see them. Yes.
All right. Thanks a lot, Pepin, for such an interesting talk and for coming all the way from 20 to here. Let's. So now I would like to invite our next speaker. Let me see. Okay. Oscar, that is you. I know that. Let me see if I can bring your slide on here. Yes, we do. Here it is. So, next one. All right, so I think you can all take out your phones and let's have this question. What major projects have you been involved in? And is that Bert? Okay. You see, like whenever I try to ask a Mentimeter question, there's a technical glitch. It worked pretty fine when Gabriel was giving the presentation. All right. Yeah, that's your presentation. So, yeah. All right. So, Oscar, I give the stage to you. Oh, no. All right. You can.
Will it work?
No.
Nope. Okay.
All right.
Okay. I will try to summarize it a bit up, and I will try to give. Yeah. Okay. I will try to summarize and will give a small insight in the exploration we have made. The central question is how to make point of sale and ATM infrastructures quantum resistant. Quite a challenge. Why should banks monitor the advance of the quantum computer? Why is it interesting for the banking industry? It is all about security. Security is freedom of security is being free from or resilient against potential harm caused by others. And we often like to use encryption as one of the things in our toolbox. And banks make a lot of use of encryption, but banks do not manage state secrets. Why that is important, I will explain later, but that is a big advantage for us. But banks do process a lot of transactions. The good thing about transactions, once processed, they are irrefutable, if you've done it correctly. Trust is key for that. And as I said already, encryption is one of the tools we like to use a lot. And in general terms, encryption raises a bar, a computational bar. It makes use of a computational barrier. And what is the problem? This computational barrier is tailored on the computer architectures as we know today. But one of multiple of the hard problems of the computers of today are easy solvable by quantum computers. So then we have a problem, a challenge. And there are already 2 algorithms known who can severely cripple our encryption as we use today, already explained by Simona earlier today. The Grover algorithm, it is important that you use the right encryption. If you use the Grover algorithm, it can weaken your symmetrical encryption algorithms. In case you're using AES, okay, then you can double the key and you're fine. If you're using DES, you are not in the position to double the key. So my advice, migrate to AES, then you have the opportunity to double your key length. In case of hash functions, or if you're using SHA-2 and more recent, you're fine again. If it concerns the algorithm offshore, then it breaks really the public key as we know today. And often we use it in a combination, a bit of asymmetrical ciphers and symmetrical ciphers. Okay, then the general question comes up, when can we expect the big quantum computer? The big question, the big elephant in the room. Michele Mosca in 2015 said, difficult, but I expect it is a chance 1 on 7 that a general quantum computer is able to break an RSA key of 2048, and the chances are 50% that a quantum computer is able to do so in 2031. Nobody knows when the day will come, but it is a good indication that when we go forward in time, the likelihood increases. So that is the one I would like to pick out of it. If you have to manage state secrets or you have confidential information which is shared over public networks, then you have a small challenge. Because your adversary is able to intercept this communication, store this and wait till the moment the quantum computer becomes available, and then decrypt this cryptogram and the confidentiality is broken. But as I said, banks process transactions, and then this theorem of Michele Mosca comes at hand. Quite cryptical from a formula, so I will try to explain it. X stands for the service lifetime of an encryption scheme. How long can an encryption algorithm serve in combination with key length? The Y stands for how long will it take to migrate from your current encryption cipher to a quantum resistant cipher. If it takes longer than the time the quantum computer becomes available, then we have a problem. Okay, DZ is not known. That is the big question mark. What is well known? We have some challenges, complications. Replacement of encryption ciphers takes a long lead time. Let's give an example. If we look to the smart card, our banking card, NVB card, which we have in the wallet. In general, we select a platform. When we have selected the platform, we bring it for approval certification. And if all the tests are run perfectly, we get a stamp, product is approved for 3 years. From that day on, banks can issue bank cards, and often they have a service life of 5 years, so they are 5 years valid in the field. At the latest day of the security approval, a card can be issued, serves 5 years, so that is the 8 years. If you selected the right security platform, then after 3 years you still meet all the security requirements and you can again get a stamp. And so you can, if you have a bit luck, 4 times over get a stamp, and that brings you to 17 years. I do not know which bank card has served that long, but in theory it is possible. The other communication partner for your banking card is your payment terminal or the ATM. These devices, special purpose built devices, often serve between 5 years and 20 years.
In the Netherlands, we have an understanding that a payment terminal has an economical service life of 5 years. But I think in general, payment terminals serve for 7 years. If it concerns ATM machines, there are multiple examples that ATM machines served for 20 years and even longer. In average, I think in the Netherlands, they serve 12 years, but there are always examples. And if you want to replace a cipher, then you have to take this into account, because the bank card and the payment terminal must be able to talk to each other. They have to share the same encryption cipher. There are possibilities to remotely update security schemes for a payment terminal and an ATM, but that is not one of the opportunities for your banking card. Then there's another challenge we learned from Simona. These post-quantum crypto ciphers are not easy drop-in replacements. They come with all kinds of costs. And there are not standards available yet how to replace them in the field or roll out schemes for them. So we have some challenges. On the other hand, there are also comforting certainties. If you're using symmetrical ciphers, AES 128 or you double the key length, then you're fine. If you're using a SHA-2 and more recent, you're fine. If you're using functions and algorithms based on symmetrical encryption, such as message authentication codes, key generation, key derivation, all these functions remain secure. And also the concepts of the old days, where we had the security officers with key letters running to security rooms, injecting keys. All these concepts are still fine. And the canary from Benno. If Benno has success and he's standing in his yellow trousers, then we have to speed up. So that are the comforting certainties. If we look back, then we have also some low regret moves. We can follow the developments as we do today. Not only how the quantum computer is evolving, but also how quantum crypto is evolving. But we can also start by really starting the work and make an inventory. What are the business processes we are using? What kind of encryption are they using? What are the key lengths? And how long can we use it? The security shelf life, the X from Michaela. And then the other question is, are there already candidates available, quantum resistant candidates, where I can migrate to? If they are known, then you can determine how long your transition will take. And if that is known, then you can make a priority list. That's doable. Here's a part of the short list. I will not go into more detail Simona has already done. But if we look in general terms to this post-quantum crypto ciphers, they have also all kind of complications. And let's give some examples. If it concerns a network, these larger signatures and these larger key sizes consume more data to be transferred. If more data has to be transferred, then the likelihood increases that packets will be fragmented. If you have a lossy network, then delays will be introduced. In case of VPN networks, it is manageable. The impact is not that significant because the handshake is at the start of your session. At the start of the session, you do your authentication, you do a key agreement, and afterwards you continue using your symmetrical cipher. So for VPN networks, the penalty for using post-quantum crypto is not that important. But in case of TLS, what we use for secure browsing on the internet, these sessions do not last for days or weeks. No, they last for seconds, minutes. So we have often these kind of handshakes. And then the penalty for using post-quantum crypto ciphers kicks in significantly. Cloudflare has done some tests. They are still running tests. But this one I would like to highlight. They had the ostrich. That stands for a post-quantum crypto cipher with very long key length and long cryptograms, and a quite efficient cipher. And at the other hand, they had the turkey selected. That post-quantum crypto cipher had short cryptograms and a short key length, but an expensive computational scheme. The test learned that if you're having a broad bandwidth network, then you're better off with the ostrich. If you're a small bandwidth, then you're better off with the turkey. So there's not always a sweet spot. If you're only using a small bandwidth network, choose the turkey. But otherwise, okay. Then we continue making our homework, and then we made a kind of overview. What are the communication channels we are using? And don't spoil it directly, but here the point of sale and ATM communication channels are interesting to zoom in, because they are common communication channels, so we can work together. But these are also the communication channels with the long migration timelines. Let's zoom in in more detail. I've tried to make it quite simple. We have here some special purpose devices, our banking card, point of sale, and HSM machines. And every time, if the noses point the same direction, at least we need to use the same encryption algorithm. And the issuing bank hands over a banking card to its customer. The customer goes shopping, buys a good, then the payment terminal sends over the amount to the banking card. The banking card makes a payment request, and the payment request is sent by the payment terminal to the acquiring processor, and the acquiring processor looks what was the banking card number. Okay, then I can determine who is the issuer of the card, sends the authorization request to the issuing bank. The issuing bank validates whether there's enough funds, and an authorization response returns from the issuer to the acquired to the merchant, and the payment terminal of the merchants informs the merchant and the card holder whether the transaction is successful, yes or no. And then we see the stakeholder field, and it is only a small portion of the stakeholder field in the Netherlands. INVB issuing standards for communication between a banking card and your point of sale or ATM machine. The card brands issuing standards, PCI issuing standards, our acquiring processors in the Netherlands. So it's quite complicated, not only because of all the communication channels we are using, but also the stakeholder field. And then we come to the other challenge. We have to connect our problems. We have the business to consumer products, we have the business to business products, and we have to connect them on the different levels, on communication level, on system engineering level, and on business engineering level. So at our left Yeah, left. We have a short list of the available crypto ciphers. It is on purpose quite small. It is not the intention that you read them. It is more for the purpose that you see that is a short list. It was longer, and I hope it will shrink in the time. And it is the challenge that we select the right algorithms which we can optimize using for our current infrastructure and our current special purpose built devices, which connect to the business requirements which we have. That is in brief the challenge. So to rephrase it, what algorithm should we select for our payment terminal or ATM machine of tomorrow, so that we are secure, that we can continue processing our payment transactions, even if we will be surprised by the sooner arrival of the quantum computer. That is in general our challenge. So we ask attention to our international stakeholders, because payment systems do not stop at the Dutch borders, even not at the European borders. It is an international scheme. So we would like to start in the Netherlands, but at the end we need our partners as well. And if you're not already started by migrating towards IS, please start now. It is really a low regret move. SHA-2 and more recent is also a no-brainer. And secure derivation keys as well. But then for the car payment infrastructure developer fallback system, that is more or less what I explained in the previous shields. That is the challenge. Try to select the right algorithms for the payment terminal of tomorrow, so that you can continue processing payment transactions. And it will be very convenient if you can hand over these algorithms to the terminal of tomorrow, but are not mandatory to use them already, because up to date these current ciphers are far more efficient than the post-quantum crypto ciphers. But in case of the quantum system becomes available, we would like to use them. So you would like to have the opportunity to activate them remotely on the moment you choose. For your banking card, develop a profile which is not depending on asymmetrical encryption. It sounds a bit critical, but it is quite easy to manage if you process all your transactions online real time. Then you're trusting on your symmetrical ciphers and not on your asymmetrical ciphers. So it is not always easy to implement, but how to solve it is quite easy on a sheet of paper. And last but not least, please implement the latest TLS version and get your hands dirty and get experiences with post-quantum crypto ciphers. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Oscar. Yeah, we have a question.
At the beginning of the lecture, you promised us to say something about the viewpoint of cryptography from the payment perspective with respect to long-term secrets. I did not see much mention of that. When you promised it would be later, but did I miss it?
The store now decrypt later. That is the challenge for your state secrets.
Okay, so the point is that if you do a payment transaction right, it doesn't matter that you decrypt it because it's all done.
It is already processed.
Okay, thank you. That's clear.
Yes.
Oscar, how much traction are you getting internationally? Changing the whole payment infrastructure is, I think it's more difficult than protecting Bitcoin, but do you see traction in other countries?
We're spreading the word, and sometimes we have the idea that some items are picked up and land in new specifications. Let's give an example. A colleague of mine, Guillaume from Carbancaire, is in the room. He is joining the PCI encryption task force, Jurjen as well. And recently they issued a new version, and they introduced crypto agility, and they introduced Sunrise as a new principle. And Sunrise is the new principle which allows a PCI to say from that day on, you must be mandatory, you are mandatory to support X algorithm. So a free interpretation, they already start preparing for the standards that they can mandate new post-quantum crypto ciphers, but they have not done so.
And maybe follow up, what about Visa and MasterCard?
Yes, of course, but international noted organizations often do not like that we peek in their agenda. So we try to spread the word.
Right, thank you. Do we have another question? All right, if not, then we shall thank Oscar for the very nice presentation. Yeah, thank you, Oscar.
Yeah,
and,
thank you.
I can wrap the event. Yes. So first of all, thank you all for being present here today. It was a very interesting day, and I hope you all learned as much as I did. And it is, I see it as a great platform to interact with the academics, with the people who are working with the application side of quantum and like the banking sector here itself. So we heard in the morning a very nice thing with Benno said that we have small input, small output, and a lot of complexity in between. This is where we stand today, and we cannot, nobody in this room or in this world can predict the exact time when the quantum will dominate the classical. So there is a long way to go. But what we do know is that standard is important. We have to work towards establishing those, and we have to start now. We have to start working towards getting integrated towards the quantum technologies. Otherwise, we will miss the train, and we definitely don't want to miss that. So before I end, I would like all of you to please give a round of applause for all the speakers who were here for the time. We shall also thank the organizers, Oscar, Sigrid, Lawrence, and the technical team who are here for making this event possible. So, last but not least, all of you to be here and willing to hear through the presentations and being so interactive. Although the Mentimeter did not work sometimes, but we had a very good round of questions and answers and a great presentation. So thank you all.